ladders sail, exile.
What up, folks? Hey! The usual suspects are here. I guess Stove Harry Ray, Flamey Edge. Welcome back to day 2 of pilfering, rolling boxes, and scarabs. A lot of scarabs. A 2-way farm. We're doing pretty decent results so far based on what I was hoping for. Kinda automatically hoping for jackpot divination drop, to be honest, but we'll see if it happens. How am I? Doing good. Feeling even better today than I was yesterday. I was recovering from a cold. I'm basically over it now. Just a little bit of that last... That sort of last little bit of recovery to do. Voice doesn't quite sound normal still. I guess that's about it. Wait, why am I in dunes? Apparently I'm running this map in dunes. Just loading dunes. Too many dunes. Oh my god. I forgot to run a practice map today. Oops. Okay. Well, huh. Don't try this at home. Dunes box rolling, what? I mean, it's not gonna be that bad. But, I'm gonna have to get some bad Eldritch altars with bosses, I guess. Whoops. Why did I put dudes in? What am I doing? Of course I'm gonna get like, probably gonna get like a bunch of diviners on this map. My penance. You're gonna have like an amazing map, but like the wrong layout. +1 level. How dare you? Yeah, that thing's going to run. Wait, how's he not dead? What? Okay. Nameless Seer. I've spawned 3. Man. I've spawned 3 Diviners boxes I already know of. Which is already like super rare. Is this anything? None of these are good, right? Maybe a Fury Valve. Day 1. Damn it, of course. No player option. Of course it spawned that way. Alright, can't kill the boss yet. Shouldn't kill the boss yet. Of course, I got 0 quantity altars. I suppose I'd rather have them on the other side. Hey look, all that box opening, we stopped the deli mirror completely. Actually, it's June mission does that more, even more so. Alright, is that it? Yep. Okay. Time to open the diviners. Twice. 3 times? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's gonna be a good map. It's actually a good map. Actually, I'm gonna re-roll this. It's so bad. +1 chest level. Okay. Alright. I can settle for that. Dang. So we're gonna have maybe 1,000 cards on this boss. Nah, well, probably over, I'd say at least 800. Go. So 786, I was close. That was pretty bad. Actually, super bad. Super bad. Alright.
Choose what you wish.
Unfortunate. Oh, 5 cartographers. Yeah, yeah. Wait, the Val side area didn't show up here? Same time. Nice. Stop it, Shroudwalker. Stop it. I want to go faster today than I did yesterday. The goal is to get like 40 maps done in 7 hours. Expedition's good. How'd the drops go yesterday with the strat? I think they were pretty good. Probably at least average. Maybe less than average technically because there's just so much jackpot potential. I didn't really score any jackpots, but I did get 7 years bad luck in just 30 maps, so I know that's pretty good. For that card, that's at least average. But, like, the next best card I dropped was the Sephiroth, and then I still somehow didn't drop, like, any... I'm, like, completely missing, like, the Fortunate card or Divine Beauties. I don't know why. I don't have any of those cards show up. They're, you know, relatively common. So, we'll start seeing those, I guess. Also got 4 Brothers Stash and no Brothers Gift, so the usual. Oh, got Tink. Pandemonium. There's a containment. And a Resonant Cascade, wow. It's a big box, man. Yeah, it's really weird that I don't have a single Fortunate card drop. Wait, maybe I'm wrong. I might have one. I either dropped one in this set or dropped one in like a practice map, like the map before the set or something. Wow, and a Bloodlines here? This is so ridiculous. Stuff you drop on this strat. And plenty... This card's worth a lot now. Right, isn't Divination card of Plenty actually worth something now? In singles? Scarab. Well, I always say for this strat, it's Scarabs are the consistency. Like, you can't not make currency because the Scarab drops are so high. We're basically doing a high-end Scarab farm, except instead of one additional ambush scarab running the pilfering scarab. There's almost no difference between the two. Because if you were trying to do like the high sin scarab farm, you would be running containment full mirage maps. Like that's actually exactly what you would run. And you wouldn't run originator maps. Like you would just run 8-mod corrupted containment full mirage maps. I don't know, I think it's pretty brilliant how you can run, like, even though the pilfering scarab got nerfed so hard, the fact that you can run a full-blown scarab farm in with virtually no sacrifice and then still get your kicks out of the pilfering rolling boxes at the same time, that's pretty awesome. It's actually really awesome. If it wasn't for the scarab component of this would be a pretty sad league for pilfering. I mean, it is, like, I'm afraid moving forward it's gonna kind of suck. Because after this, you know, if they remove the Mirage Realm, or they like, Giga Nerf operative boxes and stuff, then... You know what I mean? Like, if the real scarab farm isn't operative strong boxes, then that really changes the math on this strat. This would be in a much worse place. It's actually a really unfortunate league for me. A couple of my favorite strats got nerfed really hard. The I-level 84 cluster farm got deleted, and then pilfering boxes got nerfed really hard outside of this caveat here with the scarab drops. And then, you know, we still have a continuation of, like, you know, Rogue Exiles now suck, and there's no really good, like, Wildwood fishing strat, it seems, so... Just forgot to switch the maps. Okay. Would Flame still work with Pilfering? Flame? What do you mean, Flame?
The face that stares back in the mirror is a stranger.
Say Flame, I'm thinking Forbidden Flame Jewel when I hear that. Oh, all flame. Sorry, all flame. I don't know. I don't know any all flame off the top of my head that would be good with that. Nope. Like, what all flame would be good with it? I get the Quant altars, but no diviner boxes. Oops.
What is your desire? Go.
Yeah, I don't remember what that is off the top of my head. Isn't that the one with, like, syndicate members or something? Huh. Real. Come on, give me one. Just one. Yep. Oh, monster packs can't drop. Equipment flask or tinctures. Never tested it. Damn, what is this? Sounds interesting. I don't know. I've never tested it though. Ha! Do have diviner box. 1. Don't we already have like divination of plenty though? Like isn't that a divination of plenty? Isn't that like an override to make enemies just drop divination cards? Did you make any more high-level improvements to the build? It's basically maxed now. It's basically maxed now, but I should replace the gloves with temple modded gloves. That's about it. They're pretty much the same. Bloodline scarab off a monster. So crazy. Wouldn't Abyss socket be better? No, because it's for the resist too. No, I'm gonna lose the suppress either way. Losing the suppress means I'm gonna lose the movement tattoos. I have like movement speed tattoos. So I have to lose another 5 tattoos or something. Nice. Crap, I forgot to unlock the influence earlier. Oh, here we go. It's a nice batch of maps right here. Or boxes, I mean. Blue one, 14 additional. Oh, so good. So good. Aw, they're same type. Get 5 divination scarab to override on the 5, all the same type. Yeah. Why is containment so resistant to spawning altars? It has to do with the way that Eldritch Altar minions spawn through anchor points. Eldritch minions don't spawn unless there's another, like, natively spawned monster nearby. Creates an anchor point for its spawn. That's generally how it works. So when you have containment, you take all native monsters and you throw them into boxes, and so there's no anchor points anymore. So you have to have, like, things... special monsters like Delirium monsters, or Delirium is especially good. But Delirium doesn't initiate the influence very easily, so like the perfect combo is, I don't know why I'm rolling this, running a Delirium mirror plus using shrines to unlock the influence. So shrine, for whatever reason, always unlocks the influence. Whether it's like the first thing you engage with or the last thing you engage with. And then Delirium Mirror in particular is just really good for just like creating all the anchor points that are now missing because the monsters are put in the boxes. Other mechanics don't necessarily work either. For like Breach is non-native monsters, so it doesn't... Like, even if you open a breach, it doesn't just magically make all the monsters spawn there. But, okay, so the standard issue breach is bad, but, like, a Hive Fortress, for example, is actually native breach monsters on the map. And, like, if you ever run a containment scarab map and you spawn a breach Hive Fortress... you'll see like a shit ton of Eldritch packs spawn all up in there, like everywhere where those monsters are. Because I guess it somehow populates all the Eldritch minions into basically one spot in the whole map. It's kind of weird like that. Look at it. We got another containment scarab. It's just unreal how many freaking... how much loot this is. Yeah, so you need to come up with a game plan on how to spawn the influence. It's not that hard once you understand it. Nobody knows the exact methodology of how the Eldritch pack spawn. It's pretty obvious, though, that, like, because of how Mirage works, one thing I discovered early on is that the Mirage attempts to consolidate all of the Eldritch packs into one tiny little area. And you see that by how many packs spawn in such a tiny area. Like, if the map dictates that you should have, like, 50 packs of Eldritch minions spawning. Hey, we finally got the fortune card. You have to come back for that. Yeah, if it dictates that, then you will see a number like that in that area. So I think what happens, for example, on a containment map with a fortress that spawned on it, when the map renders and it populates all the Eldritch packs, it consolidates almost all of them into that one little spot where the fortress is. Just like how it consolidates all of the Eldritch packs into where the Mirage is. Except that's a little more straightforward because you know, the rest of the map is literally blocked off in that case. This is why, like, for example, in a map that has a high Eldritch pack count, you'll see on a deli mirror. Depends on the map, but if it's a map that spawns with a high Eldritch pack count, you'll see Eldritch pack spawning behind the portal, like where that's like not even possible. I mean, this is almost behind the portal here, and look, I actually missed an Eldritch altar, which is shitty. But like back here, you'll see Eldritch pack spawn back here even sometime. Yeah, I finally got the Fortunate card to drop. I thought it was weird how that card hadn't dropped yet. I need to make my filter show the Plenty Scarab, I think. Oops, wrong portal. Let me verify how much it's worth now. I heard it was like 6C or something. See, I mean, that's worth putting on there. Yeah, I should have Cloister and Plenty on there, even on copies of 1, or stack of 1. It moved on its own. It's pretty funny. It actually moved on its own. That works. The automatic update. Bloodlines, Awakening, Containment, got all the big scarabs. It was 8 passive chaos cluster. This thing's worth 50 chaos as a base. What in the world? About to start doing generic cluster jewel farming. Shit.
What will be the straw that finally breaks you?
So you see how I ran straight for the shrine? I think I just skipped a quant altar like a stupid idiot. And now you'll see Eldritch packs spawn everywhere. Because the delirium helps pull them out. Boom. Why do we care about altars when they don't affect boxes? They do affect boxes. Quantity altars do. Massively affect box loot. I mean, it's the only thing that affects box loot, but it's a big one. Area quantity. It dynamically raises the area quantity number, so everything, all the boxes. This is especially why I open boxes. I save the good boxes until I've made a full pass. Like, I didn't open that diviner box yet that I rolled earlier. Farming cards, yo. %, quant. Low roll.
What is your desire? Destroy the enemy.
Which cards does the final boss drop usually? There is no usually on that. It's extremely dependent on how many diviner boxes I get. Some maps it's 0. Some maps it's like 1,000. I guess the average is like 200 or something. It used to be a lot higher. There's no margin for that. Well, we get a lot of consistency drops in scarabs. We're farming scarabs on the back end in Mirage and farming div cards on the front end. It's to a lesser extent in the back end as well. There'll be a couple hundred cards here. 227. I didn't really drop a good card. See how the influence just spawned instantly here? Because the shrine was right there. So I really want to take quant back here because I'll get good value out of it. It's actually spent. Getting a diviner box in the Mirage is kind of rare, actually. They usually get overridden by operative and opulent boxes. Looks like just going for a high quant roll on the operative boxes. Why do I do Mausoleum? Well, it's 2 reasons. One, it's one of 2 maps that can't spawn any boss altars, so the Eldritch altars are always have an opportunity to give a good player option. Quantity, area quantity, mainly. And the other reason is because the boss is really easy. Really easy. But it's also like a nice layout too. It's just a figure 8. Very quick to like run around the map multiple times. Since I want to unlock the Eldritch altars and then open the good boxes, I want to have a map that I can like this. It's just great layout for figure 8 running. That sort of thing. Alright. We open the boxes. I was trying your build, but I was losing HP after tinctures were pressed. I must have missed some detail that you mentioned. Well, no, that's normal. You lose health because it's draining from the life drain. Yeah, that's what this does right here. Oh, you're supposed to outleech it for at least a little while, and you turn it off. You just press the tinctures again to turn it off manually. Or if you want to be lazy, you can just let your life go all the way down to 1. But it might get you killed. But you should just look up my video about tinctures right before League launch. I talked about a few different ways to set it up if you don't like the life drain. You can set it up differently. Ooh, Resonant Cascade's not a tanc anymore. Oh. Which currency per hour? Well, that's what we're finding out, but as of the first 30 maps, it's somewhere around 25 div an hour. That's with no special card drops, really. I think it's going to be around 25 div an hour, not counting very good RNG on cards. I dropped nothing.
We are victorious.
Really wish I didn't have to like go back out and loot again. That takes so much time. Fourth map of the day.
You will die alone and afraid.
Oh, dude, tomorrow's April 1st. I actually got good quant altars. Give me the box. Where the box? Even more quantity? Dude. Got scammed. 68% quant. Oh man, that was a huge cluster. A 10 passive minion. April Fools, guys, I'm not rolling boxes. Ah, Divine Orb. Well... Could still be a quad apothecary in here, guys. Could still be. Nope.
I'm not up to that just yet. What is your desire? An interesting choice.
Garage dead center. I like that. Scarab dupes, but it doesn't work in the box. Sure, now I get a diviner box. Now I get one. Yeah. Yup. Bro. Don't you dare. Hey, big quant. Double quant, what? Yo, I still haven't got a diviner. Or divine orb altar yet, this league. What's up with that? They got me. The Ice Nova got me. Dude, are you serious? Was that the lightning? Lightning after dumb after death crap. The lightning, invulnerable lightning guy thing. Ooh. What in the world is going on in this spot? There's something insane going on right there. I don't know what it is. Right here, it's like a just a death zone right here. Oh my god. What is this spot? That was crazy. Oh dude, I do not want to open... I don't want to spawn any monsters right here. I want to know what monster was absolutely annihilating me right here. Something. Okay. Oh, containment. Never stop, never stopping. How many portals do you use a map? Well, usually 2. I don't normally die in a map, but... I still gotta use 2 just to loot. Most maps. If I really don't want to die, all I gotta do is turn off Delirium. Ice Nova might get me, but most deaths are caused by Delirium. This content. It's Ice Nova. I don't know. Dangerous map. Probably minus max. And some other things. There's not really any reason to have Delirium on, though, after... Actually, at this point, so... I'll just turn it off. Wait, what?
I'm not up to that just yet.
I think I had 2 boxes here, so I might have a couple hundred cards. The what? Still got me. Well. Nothing. feel like here there's gonna be tons of breach minions that spawn. At least I thought there would be. This is not a fortress, but it's effectively the same thing. Elder influence too.
Make your wish.
I think same thing happening this map that happened last map. Completely void of divine boxes. Yup. I'm going the wrong way. One div card. What was it? Costly curio. Wait, that was on my filter before. Just I gotta do the Mirage. And again, you get the Diviner box in the Mirage, but not outside the Mirage. Why? Why? Cartographer scarab. Okay. Nice. Oh, I saw there was another video recently from somebody about Something about why PoE2 is bad retention rate or something. Who was that by? You guys probably know what video I'm talking about. I guess it was making the rounds of last week. I was gonna react to it, but then I got sick. No Talkative Try reacted to it. Jazzos reacted to it. You guys know what video I'm talking about? Lack of diverse, intriguing in-game farms don't help. Triple risk, let's go. Why am I dying? I'm just standing here. I mean, Affliction League had a lack of diverse farms as well, but I didn't see people complaining about that then. Kind of the same thing in 0.4. Everybody wanted to do the temple. It's so crazy lucrative. Damn, 2 more risk scarabs? Let's go. Brother. Would you say Affliction League had a lack of diverse endgame farms? I feel like it kind of did. Looks like I'm gonna get to do a little fun corruption here after this map. Everybody.
I'm not up to that just yet.
You dog dropped the 8 mirrors? Oh, really? Is that when that happened? I'm sure that wasn't Total League. I thought that was Total League. He did that. I don't even know of anybody boss rushing in Affliction League. I guess some people might have been doing that. Yeah, like, I'm sure like boss rushing for exceptional or awakened gems is probably really lucrative. Just like how omen farming in PoE 2 right now is, you know, they're worth like 10 times more than normal because of the, you know, the inflation. Same dealio here. Anyway, my point is, I don't think there's that much of a difference in the way people... I think it's just a difference in the way people perceive Affliction League versus like 0.4. I think they're almost identical. One mechanic gives you an outrageously high amount of raw loot, so much so that it just completely upsets the rest of the economy. And you can still participate in other aspects of the economy, but it's typically lagging behind because it can't keep up with the insane inflation going on. So you have to wait like a really long time before the viability of those other mechanics open up. A few weeks, really. Let me see what that video was called. I mean, we can probably listen to it. Affliction League, but temples are standalone. No, like that's not a fair comparison because the Wildwood is standalone. Like you don't get. I know what you're trying to say is like you can farm Affliction League in a variety of different content settings or whatever, but you still have to do the Wildwood. Like the Wildwood is essentially, like if you think of the Wildwood as a temple, then it's almost the same. Sure, you could farm it on. You could actually do juiced maps on Jungle Valley. You could do it on Dunes. You could do a few different things, but I mean, still, you were forced to do the Wildwood mechanic. Whereas Temple, you're forced to do the Temple mechanic. Just the loot actually drops in the Temple. I'm gonna pull up this video. This was on his alt account. Players are quitting Path of Exile. Is that the title of this? What's this guy's video? Scorpius. I don't know who this is. $21,000 subs. Do you guys know who this guy is? Scorpius? Yeah. Alright, let's see if I can get this.
We can all agree that Path of Exile 2 is in a much better state now than it ever was in Point 1, Point 2, and even Point 3. Each league has brought something meaningful to the game. Point 1 was a foundation, early access, core systems, and honestly one of the strongest league launches we've ever had for a new ARPG. Point 2 introduced new mechanics and a new class, and while it didn't hit the same hype as Point 1, it clearly helped GOG learn from their mistakes and see what worked and what didn't. Then Point 3 landed, which was a huge step forward and a massive league launch. And with Point 4, despite the lack of endgame changes they promised between the Temple and the Druid, we probably have the best build diversity PoE 2 has ever seen. Now, with almost 3,000...
Yeah, that's like the unsung hero of 0.4 is the build diversity. It's actually really huge when you look at it. A lot better than this freaking game.
1,000 hours played in PoE 2 so far, I wanted to make this video to share my concern, my feedback, and what I personally believe is the biggest problem the game currently has. More importantly, I want this to start a discussion. You don't have to agree with me, you just need to be open to different perspectives because everyone plays this game differently. And I genuinely love to read your thoughts in the comments down below. So, in my personal opinion, the biggest problem PoE 2 has right now is player retention. With 4-month league cycles and still not enough long-term depth or
I don't understand this. I feel like the video is a meme the second I hear this. Like, isn't that the point of these ARPG games? The way they cycle on and off? The biggest problem with taking steroids is that sometimes you're not taking steroids. What? Like, I don't know. I don't get the problem here.
content, most players hit a wall after about 3 to 5 weeks. Not because the league is bad, but because there simply isn't enough to keep them engaged yet. At that point, players start looking elsewhere. Some switch to hardcore, some join private leagues for a reset, many just move on to another game or quit altogether. And the reason I think this is such a serious issue is because it's not actually easily fixed. Of course, we can sit all day and speak about
No, it's not easily fixed. Because it's a systemic product of the type of game that this is. And the way the human psychology works. Always wanting, like, you know, a fresh start at something. Burnout, easily achieved.
Other in-game issues like patch problems, balance issues, bug fixes, and of course some core mechanics and content that is missing or needs fixing. For example, wisps feel slow, underwhelming, and often pointless. They likely need a full re-evaluation, maybe even removal and reintroduction later on. Rogue exiles are another case. There's so much great design work there, but most of the times they barely exist unless you heavily juice them. Endgame progression still needs major work, repetitive maps, towers feeling useless, league mechanics overshadowing mapping, low difficulty ceiling.
Point of ARPGs to have players come back. You say, yeah, it's a nice way of looking at it. You give them a nice little stay for a while. It's like staying at a hotel, you know? You're not supposed to live there. You're supposed to, like, go there every once in a while. Can't spend your whole life on vacation, shit. Average McAverageson over here. 3 diviner boxes, 4 opens. Woohoo. Alright, see what we get. Get some div cards.
Underwhelming loot, insignificant biomes, non-existent citadels, the list goes on. And then we have things like item rarity issues, server problems, long-standing boss bugs like the Titan Groton since 0.1, strong box bugs since 0.2, poor UI or UX decisions like the temple layout, no colorblind options, lack of hybrid control support, and many more. But here's the thing. None of these issues are my main concern. That's what early access is for. Those problems will eventually get fixed. And oftentimes, they'll simply get fixed by a single patch or a new league update. We're still waiting on new classes, new weapons, new ascendancies, new trials, acts, new mechanics, and all of that simply takes time. And honestly, GG has done an amazing job so far. If you look at the progress since 0.1, we've already gotten new crafting systems, a new act, multiple classes and ascendancies, new endgame mechanics, mini mechanics like rogue exiles and wisps, even though they're not that great, tons of quality of life changes, better balance, and better performance. Real, measurable progress. So, I'm not really worried about what hasn't arrived yet. Swords are gonna come, new trials are gonna come, new acts will come, and we'll play them, and then move on to the next shiny thing. Early access or full release doesn't matter much to me, because sometimes PoE 2 already feels like a finished game, and we're barely scratching the surface of its true potential. So, let's go back to the retention problem. To understand why retention breaks down the way that it does, I think we need to look at the different types of players PoE 2 has right now. I'm going to split this into 5 broad categories. And just to be clear, none of these categories are bad. Every group is
Sorry, I was probably echoing there. Yeah. What category am I in, guys? What category of player am I? Delusional build maker. What? Sorry, I'm gonna level the gems, I promise. I can't yet. I gotta wait till I'm outside the map or else I'll forget. People who want to play the game for fun are bad. It's currency earning game. Where every mirror determines your worth in society. Damn, what is this, real life? Jesus. Why you gotta hit me like that? I play video games to escape that rat race, dude. What the hell? I don't like participating in that crap in real life. Now you telling me I'm actually participating in the same thing virtually? Nah, dude, that ain't right. Consistency is the word that describes me, but I don't think that that's the type of player, Harry Ray, but alright. Nah, it's probably something like hardcore, you know, top 1%er, I'm sure.
Porn, and every group keeps the game healthy in their own different way. First category, we have the min-maxers. No matter what GOG releases, good.
That's actually my real category, the min-maxer. I'm a min-maxer at heart. More than I am like a 1%er or something. I'll min-max for science, you know? Not even for profit.
Bad, broken, balanced, these players will play the absolute life out of the league. They're the players racing to be first to level 100, first mirror tier drop, first to crack the best farming method, first to dominate the market. And because they have insane hours and no...
Actually, I don't go for any of those things. I don't try to be the first to get 100, I don't try to be the first to get a mirror, I don't try to be the first to find farming method. First to find farming methods, I used to be big on that kind of thing, but not really. First to dominate the market, never cared about that. That's hideout warrior stuff anyway. I liked finding and identifying top-end farming methods. First or not. I just enjoyed actually testing them. Nowadays, I'm more of a build maker and tester, so I like min-maxing a build. It's not really about being first, for me.
Knowledge in the game, they're usually also the first ones to find endgame exploits, discover busted crafting interactions, or
I actively steer away from trying to be the first to find exploits or something. Like that's... I'll actually like turn my head and walk away if I start stumbling on the
optimized farming routes that most players won't even notice until 2 weeks later. These guys are in the minority of players, but they shape the league economy early and heavily. Second category, we have the hardcore folks. They absolutely care about new classes and mechanics, but their relationship with the game is totally different. They don't usually chase currency or try to keep up with the economy at all. So when inflation happens or when an exploit spikes the market, it doesn't really affect them. Their goal is simply to stay alive, push as far as possible, craft their own gear, and eventually beat the hardest content they can without dying. This group is also a minority, but they're incredibly consistent. They'll play league after league because the mode itself creates a challenge and replayability. Third, we have new players and super casuals. And after a year of PoE2, I actually think this group is smaller than people assume. I'm talking about super casuals here.
What is a super casual? Super duper pooper casual. They're like mind-bogglingly casual. So casual you cannot believe it. Can't even believe it. Whoa, dude. Look at that. Oh my god, I cannot survive any delirium. I just gotta turn delirium off on this map. This map's psycho-deli map. Woo.
These players either have very limited time each week or are still learning the game and systems. They usually rely heavily on guides, and it can take them most of the league to just reach a comfortable endgame state, if that. Most of them don't have the time, knowledge, or consistency to interact properly with the economy. They might barely see divines at all, and they aren't crafting their own gear because they simply don't know how to. So when they see someone sitting on 1,000 divines or a simple item that they need priced at tens or hundreds of divines, it's demotivating. It makes them feel like they're permanently behind, even if they're playing normally. Category 4 is the majority of players, and it's a wide range. This includes semi-casual players who still put in solid hours every week, all the way up to people who work from home and can play double or triple that time. It also includes a lot of streamers, content creators, and players who've played consistently since point 1. These guys usually keep up.
Semi-casual streamer. What is that? What even is that?
With patch notes, watch multiple streamers, are plugged into YouTube Shorts, TikTok PoE2 clips constantly, understand meta shifts quickly, and have enough knowledge to craft, adapt builds, or copy a build and tweak it for themselves.
Like, I think he's talking about, like, what is he talking about? Players who would like to be serious gamers, but they're stuck playing a serious social media game because they're a streamer or something. I'm not really sure what this category is.
Even if they're not all elite players, they're fully engaged players. This is also the category with the most FOMO. They call
Like engaged, except they're not because they're too busy on social media.
constantly look for best meta builds, best farming techs, best divine per hour, constant comparison of currency and progress, and because of that, this category gets hit hardest by economy shifts, sudden exploitations, and any league that feels solved too early. Which means that they are also the first ones to jump into new private leagues, chase resets, and burn out when there's nothing left to chase. But here's the important...
I feel like he's just... He could have just reconstituted that category to Redditors. Just say Redditors. The Redditor player. That would have been a more concise way of just saying it.
important part about this category. These guys are also a major source of feedback. They demand the most from GG, but they also often provide the most accurate, practical feedback because they interact with the game at scale. And the fifth category is everyone in the other four groups who also plays PoE1. This group is not the minority, and they're definitely not the majority, and they're extremely important for retention. Some of them main PoE2, then play PoE1 when they get bored. Some of them are PoE1 veterans who treat PoE2 as a side game, and some of them genuinely balance both games depending on which league is active. A lot of content creators fall into this category too, sometimes for enjoyment, sometimes for monetization, sometimes both. And the big impact this category has is very simple. Even if PoE2's league is amazing, these players are still likely to leave when a new PoE1 league drops or PoE1 event starts. So their mindset becomes finish PoE2 league as fast as possible before PoE1 starts. That overlap matters a lot because it naturally shortens PoE2's active population even when PoE2 itself is doing really well. So yeah, I definitely fall into multiple categories depending on the league and the mood, and I'm sure you do too. My main concern pattern with player retention really starts once you understand these categories of players. Probably I could have split category 4 a little bit better, but it doesn't matter for the point. When you have a game that is still incomplete and therefore lacks long-term in-game content, burnout becomes inevitable. And when you then add economy inflation on top of that, combined with the behavior of category 4 and category 5 players, you end up with leagues that realistically have a lifespan of about a month. There's a very good reason why Second Wind broke records, even though it launched only 3 weeks after the main league start. Yes, the official motivation behind Second Wind was economy inflation, but I genuinely...
Yeah, I think it's actually almost all economy inflation. FOMO. It was FOMO related. People feel like they missed out on the economy being around the temple mechanic, and then they finally got to having an understanding about how the temple mechanic works, and they're like, hey, you know what'd be really cool is to build a temple from scratch where I'm not like 2 weeks behind everybody else and the economy isn't fucked already. I could be the one to fuck the economy up for everybody else. Let me start on a fresh economy. Get this temple thing done. I mean, that's what people were actually thinking in their head.
I believe that the majority of players who joined were already done with the league itself. They wanted a reset. They wanted...
Is this PoE 1 or PoE 2? I know, it's kind of hard to tell because we move about the same speed in both games now. But this is PoE 1. Actually PoE 1.
Wanted to start fresh. They wanted to have fun again, ideally with a somewhat healthier economy. And that worked for about 2
Having fun again means you're on the right side of the FOMO equation. In their
weeks. Here's the important part about Second Wind. If you're in category 4 or 5, you already know this. The economy was inflated, but it wasn't nearly as bad as people made it out to be. A divine sitting at 250 or 300 exalts was actually the most stable we've seen it so far, especially compared to 0.2 and 0.3, where divines were worth thousands of exalts within the first month of the league. Even after...
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people's insane takes on the terrible economy situation from 0.5 was really a lot of memory holding about the state of the economy in 0.2 and 0.3. I mean, it was effed up anyway. So, like, exalted orbs are always like, what was it, like 2,000 to 1 divine orbs and stuff, and yeah, it's just the way it always is. I mean, there's always some sort of like component of the economy that's like super messed up in PoE 2 because they don't have currency sinks, of course. Wait, what? Where? I finished this map? No, right here.
After the temple nerfs, people were still printing divines. And I'm not talking about already established temples, I'm talking about new ones. All you had to do was farm lower level maps, gather the crystals, and follow the same temple text. Sure, it took more effort than the early Halton tech, but catching up was absolutely possible. And if you didn't want to play the temple at all, then you had multiple options. You can run the abyssal tech and print divines that way, farm rituals for omens as they were massively overpriced, do logbook farming, or even farm emotions and catalysts which were insanely overpriced too. Catching up to the economy was not easy, but it was definitely doable. Second Wind simply gave players the option to wipe the slate clean. And what happened? People rushed the temple again. They printed divines again, items became overpriced again, and the economy actually ended up worse because of the lower volume of items entering the market. Don't get me wrong though, league starts are insanely fun, and I had an absolute blast in Second Wind myself. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because everything we just talked about directly affects player retention. After a month and a half, players naturally burn out, not because they hate the game, but because there's nothing new to chase. Everything planned for a league is front-loaded. Launch day hits, we get a new mechanic, maybe a big system overhaul, balance changes, quality of life updates, sometimes even a new class or ascendancy. For the first 2 weeks, GG's active, patches roll out, feedback is addressed, and then silence. for 3 to 3.5 months. Some players get tired, feel behind, or feel affected by the economy, so they join a new private league, which also harms the main league's economy. They repeat the same content, and after 2 weeks, they either quit again or move to hardcore SSF or something completely different. Then PoE 1 gets announced, a league or an event, and suddenly Category 1, the min-maxers, Category 4, the majority of players, and Category 5, the PoE 1 veterans, all leave for completely different reasons. Even though I'd personally love it, I don't think reducing the leagues...
Well, I guess I'm not any of those categories because I stayed. When second win launched, I stayed in the regular game. What was I doing? Yo, Scrimps, how's it going? Nice of you to stop by. Around the same time, the Surgog became an anti-MF Crusader. Hold on, I want to read that comment. The economy bad group think in both games spiked hard. Seems to have swung the other way in 3.28. Hardly any idiotic economy discourse. I mean, is the economy in a fantastic place? No, I don't know. I enjoyed this league. You know, a lot more than last league, but I gotta say, like, this PoE 1 league has gotten kind of... It got kind of stale for me all at once. Because I was testing a whole bunch of different strats, looking forward to, like, some sort of juiced... you know, lock mirror farm, and there's just... It's just pretty... It's still pretty lame. Like, it's just not that much there. I think there's only one interesting option, that's wildwood fishing rare breach monsters, but I mean, it seems like literally anything that doesn't have to do with breach is like massively inferior to breach. You know? Like you have to do something about breach. Your point is the health of the economy is barely correlated with people's perceptions of it? Yeah, I guess maybe I didn't think too hard about your statement. I still don't really get what your... I don't understand what your original... Like, what is your original point? Wait, how is this actually dropping Harbinger Scarabs? Or Harvest Scarabs? I thought it couldn't do that. What? Now it is dropping Harvest Scarabs. The other day we figured out I couldn't drop blocked Scarabs from here. Now suddenly I am. What is that? Well, that might have been a Hinacore log. The original point was a second win league, an example of economy bad group people think. Oh, okay. Yo! That's some money. Money. Jesus Christ. More. Everyone complained for years they wanted Breach to be relevant again. Yeah, sure, I get that. You hit 350 div across a few nutty drops last night. You did a bunch of... 350 div. What is worth 350 div? The block scarabs drop from explicit modifiers, which drop specific scarabs. Yeah, I know, and I thought that worked, but we confirmed, all but confirmed the other day that it wasn't dropping drop scarabs in the Mirage. So what I discovered the other day is that the Mirage mechanic actually made these obey on every mechanic source. Every source mechanic, including operative or non-operative strongbox that designates specific scarabs. So if it said you're going to drop 5 additional harvest scarabs, you drop 0 additional harvest scarabs in the Mirage. Now, outside the Mirage, and a regular strongbox says you drop 5 additional harvest scarabs, you will drop them. And I'm talking about without operative boxes that say drop all the same scarab type. No, I mean, I confirmed it yesterday. Like, you can go watch the stream. Like, it was there. We were checking, like, 20-something odd boxes, and those scarabs weren't there. And I see every single scarab drop on my filter. The scarabs literally weren't there. We checked over and over and over and over again. Like, they just weren't there. We're like, what the hell? And then I realized that it had, I don't know, it just had something to do with the Mirage mechanic. I thought it was a bug. I was like, well, this must be a bug or something. And maybe they, I don't know, maybe they fixed it. I don't know. There's definitely some sort of, something funky going on. The only real evidence I have is yesterday on stream.
Cycles to 3 months is the solution here, at least not for now. Economy inflation is not the problem, as it will always happen. Exploits are not the problem, as they are pretty common in games like these. The 4-month cycle is not the problem at the moment, as it's needed for GOG to test and prepare, and PoE1 is not the problem either, as it's the core game that everything is based on, and it's only getting better. With thousands of players, you cannot just shut down a
We'll look at it again, but I mean, what I just saw right here is different than what I saw yesterday. So now, I don't know what is going on. All right, to the person who was tripping about this, we're finally gonna corrupt these. UI in my way. Three? Okay. Whoa! Down! Down! What? Down, 3 down, 1 same. Oh my god, dude. 4 down, 6 same. What? What is this RNG? What happened? 4 down, 5 stay the same? Dude, that's like omega scammed. The most scammed I've ever been. Oh my god. Don't try this at home. It was horrendous. I can't even resell these. I can't even resell them. Alright, apparently I gotta buy more alchemy, baby.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Sorry, I keep pausing the video. Oh, hey, Cyclone. Definitely need to make a decision on, oh, you stumbled over your own feet, now you died of white mobs, and you just reached level 100. It's not okay, mama. Survivability? I feel like I have way more survivability in PoE2. So I'm a big min-maxer on builds now. The thing I like about PoE 2 is it's much more tempered with the craziness and like how you're incentivized to, you know, go. Like in PoE 1, the big thing I hate about PoE 1 is I'm overly incentivized to go crazy glass cannon because of the way the game is balanced. Especially with like, you know, the 6 portal system, and it's just, I don't know, it's kind of annoying that every decision I make to prioritize defense over damage feels bad. Because it's just like it's so much damage I'm leaving on the table. And, you know, there's just a certain inefficiency about it. Like last league, I actually played a defensive character once, but went poison archetype. And then, you know, after immediately revisiting, like, elemental hit-based bow damage build, and the instantaneous damage that it pushes out, and the extreme amount of damage, I had a build that had like 34k max fizz hit at league start. This build has 4k max fizz hit at league start. But like, there's so much more content that I can do on this build than I could do with the other build. Because like, well, it's not, okay, that's not the most accurate way to say it. There's so much more content I could do on this build at a certain pace that I couldn't do on the other build. Like even just something like the other build sucked at legions, you know? It's not like I couldn't do a legion, but like it took like every second of time on the timer, and I probably couldn't have done like Wildwood of Rogue Exiles either. On certain things, like just too hard to do. There's very little content where the last build actually felt better than this build on a similar budget. Like, one of the only examples is like a real pinnacle boss. A real one where you actually have to do mechanics and deal with the invulnerability phases. So, like the content is not content where your efficiency matters, like moving around, the speed of moving and killing, it doesn't matter. It's more about just going through the motions, survive the invulnerability phase, and do a lot of damage, so that when you can do damage, you actually do a respectable amount of damage. And so it actually matters about, like, you know, survivability and the damage. But that's like one mechanic in the whole freaking game. Like Uber Maven. And, you know, a few of the Ubers are like that. Uber Elder, Uber Maven. They're heavily balanced around survivability on invulnerable phases, without having to, like, traverse wide terrains and short period of time stuff like that. And the build I was running last week felt really good for that type of content. Like infinitely better for that type of content than this build feels for that type of content. But that was like the one piece of content where it mattered. Anyway, let's get back to our base video, maybe.
A working and a profitable game. Trying to cut off or fix any of those four is not going to help at all. The real issue is how engaging PoE 2 is throughout the full 4 months, how diverse the content actually feels, how active GG is with PoE 2 during that time, and how often we get new or reworked content to test. And yes, with time, we will get there, but I don't believe that 0.5, 0.6, or even 1.0 will magically solve the problem with retention. PoE 1 has existed for over a decade, and it still relies on mid-league events to keep players engaged. A simple solution would be introducing new content, features, changes, or improvements during the months between the leagues. Nothing game-breaking, nothing overwhelming, just something meaningful enough to keep players excited month to month. If this became a habit, especially during early access, players would naturally stick around longer. Private leagues might delay their launches, and overall engagement would improve. Here's a rough example. Based on recent interviews and comments from the devs, we already know that 0.5 will be massive. Endgame mapping changes, Atlas tree changes, Atlas map changes, a new mechanic, tablets and waystones likely affected, changes to citadels, pinnacle bosses, quality of life improvements, and a ton of balance updates. That alone makes it a game-changing league. Now, imagine that 1 month after the launch of 0.5, we get 2 new ascendancies, or the third trial, or any feature significant enough to get people excited again. If GEG finishes a major feature early, they could choose not to launch it immediately.
Are you suggesting that they come out with content right in the heart of a PoE 1 league so that it, like, diverts everybody's attention away from PoE 1 into PoE 2? I kind of feel like he must be like a PoE 2 purist to want that. Because, like, GGG doesn't want that. They don't want, at least up to this point, they don't want to, like, come out with PoE 2 content right in the middle of the PoE 1 upswing. It's gonna make people, like, have to choose between the honeymoon phase of a new league in PoE 1 or, like, coming back to PoE 2 for what? Like an example of what he's talking about, some new, like, actual new content.
And instead spread it across the 4-month cycle. Another option is smaller focus changes. For example, 1 month where rogue exiles are guaranteed in every single map, they're affected by abyss and wisps by default, and they're super juiced up with 100% effectiveness or more, making them harder and more rewarding. The next month could focus on essences or rituals or any other mechanic that encourages players to change how they play or farm. This also gives GEG a chance to experiment with ideas that might never.
Yeah, I'm getting a sense that this whole video is just masked as a PoE 2 purist video. Like, hey GG, stop giving PoE 1 Andy so much attention. Why don't you put more development time into PoE 2? Like, I don't, on a personal level, don't have anything against that take, but I don't know if that's what he's, like, really feeling. I wish he'd just come out and say it.
Never make it to a full league launch to see what works and what doesn't. And the benefits hit every single category of players. Min-maxers have to adapt every single month. Hardcore players get new challenges and the need to stay alert. Casuals and new players get clearer feedback from introduced content and mechanics and feel more included. And Category 4, the majority of players get more content, more excitement, and more reasons to stay invested throughout the league. But to be completely honest, I'm not even sure if GG wants to maintain very high player retention in PoE 2 right now. It does feel like at times players are being encouraged to also try PoE 1, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. PoE 1.
Hey, so why make the video then?
1 is an incredible game, and having 2 great ARPGs to cycle between is a good thing, not a bad thing. That said, we're also here because we believe in PoE 2. We're here to help shape what looks like it could be one of the best ARPGs in the near future, if it isn't already. And because of that, I think it's completely fair for players to want more consistent updates, more experimentation, more features added over time, more trial and error during early access, and most importantly, more activity throughout those 4-month cycles. Not because we're impatient, but because we're invested. So, I'm genuinely curious what you guys think. Do you agree with my take? And if you don't, let me know why. What do you think is the biggest problem PoE 2 has right now that isn't easy to fix?
How about that loot, though? And people ask me why. Why would you ever do the all scarabs are the same type? Isn't that so terrible? You get so few scarabs. Seriously, dude? What? Yeah, anyway. I don't know. I just feel like he's trying to both sides this thing here at the very end. It's like he's self-aware enough to know that what he's saying is like, at least sounds like it's coming from a selfish PoE 2 absolutist perspective, but like, and then he's like, yeah, I mean, it's okay, you know, if people like any other game, maybe they're happy. I was like, well, not really sure why the video. I mean, the video is titled. What is the video titled again? Why players are quitting PoE 2 so fast. And then he goes on to talk about how it's such like this big dramatic problem about the game.
Open discussions are super healthy. We're talking about the same game, we all love that game. And I read everything, so drop your thoughts in the comments down below. And if this is the kind of content that you want to see more of, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much for watching. I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. Peace.
Is recommended by you, by lots of you. So
Okay. Well, good time to die. Got a lot of scarabs out of that map. 3 bloodlines in one map. What? Well, I think I actually didn't drop a containment scarab. Anyway, yeah, what do you guys think of that video? Should actually post it. Do the right thing. That was Scorpio. Scorpion something? Let's find it again. Oh, dude, what? My history somehow got shoved off the history thing. Oh, okay. Damn, this video is from a month ago. Wait, this video's from a month ago. Actually, from before? Oh, okay. That changes the math a little bit on it. So he posted this video before PoE 1 released 3.28. That makes the video seem at least a little bit more genuine, because, I mean, it's like 2 months had gone by, I guess, without any major updates. Anyway, I don't think it's a bad video. It just kind of seemed like anyone who loves PoE 2 and doesn't care about PoE 1 is going to agree. Anyone who loves PoE 1, doesn't love PoE 2 is going to hate it. Anyone who in between is going to feel sort of mixed about it. Like, is this Scarab farm a high-end farm? Yeah, it is. We're doing 8 mod corrupted Mirage maps. It's basically max Scarab farming, except that I'm using a Pilfering Scarab instead of another Ambush Scarab. Basically it. Yeah, my primary motivation to do this farm is not scarabs. It's divination cards. But I recognize the current state of box rolling div card farming, so we can kind of have it both ways by getting consistency from scarabs and jackpot dropping div cards. You have a video on it? Well, I have the intro done from yesterday's stream. If you want to watch the beginning of yesterday's stream, you can see an intro. So this will be a video on YouTube. We're in the middle of making 100 maps farming set. The one domination scarab was the domination of terrors?
Make your way.
Man, this map has nothing going on. I had no idea what spell suppression was. I don't know, when you guys say PoE 1 is so much harder than PoE 2. I mean, I agree that PoE 1 is way less new player friendly than PoE 2. I don't feel like PoE 2 is way easier than PoE 1. Like, as a veteran of both games. I feel like PoE 2 is much simpler, far less complex, but I don't necessarily think like complexity equals harder, just in and of itself. I think there are some aspects of it as being true. Oh shit, I forgot to do the scarabs last map. Oh my god. Completely forgot to do... Wait, what? Yeah. Totally forgot to do the entire Mirage Realm last map. Not good. PoE 2 seems easier to build mediocre build. Like, you think you can get away with more mistakes? Yeah, you could say it's higher difficulty in PoE 1 because you can't get away with mistakes in the build. Making a build. I guess so. Like, what constitutes a strong or satisfactory build in PoE 2? The bar is lower, and you have more freedom to make choices, but there's also like fewer ways to make a mistake in making a build, I guess. I see that as, if anything, as the novelty of the game. The fact that the game isn't min-maxed yet. You know, the fact that we don't have a working path of building where there's like, you know, believe me, I know this more than most. There is a right way to make a build in Path of Building, according to Path of Building logic, and there's a wrong way to make a build, and there's never really any sort of liberty for There's not really any liberty there. You're either doing it wrong or you're doing it right. You know, ergo, 4K max fizz hit is invariably doing it wrong, you know. Oh, an enlightened support. Like, I don't think I make my PoE 1 builds any better or worse than I make PoE 2 build. But nobody's up in arms about how I make a PoE 2 build, because, for one simple reason, nobody knows. Nobody knows yet, for sure, what the absolute best way to make a build is, or what there's no established general consensus on how you have to construct a build in PoE 2. There's a little bit of consensus, like, you know, you need to be elemental res cap, but, like, you know, there's not much beyond that, right? How glass cannon can you go? Well, there's not, like, a definitive line. Like, I've been practically cast outside the community because, you know, oh no, you know, you die to Ice Nova, your build didn't have enough max hit or whatever. And then it's like, just not good enough. But I could probably pull all kinds of stunts in PoE 2, build choices, and then it'd be fine. I was kind of surprised that, what was it, 2 leagues ago when I went Coming Calamity? I was kind of surprised people liked that as much as they did, because I noticed how crazy glass cannon it was, but for some reason people still liked that version of the build. They really wanted to run it. And I remember thinking to myself, well, this is kind of like a PoE 1 level of glass cannon in a PoE 2 build. I wonder if people are gonna, you know, like, get really shitty about, you know, this build choice because of that. And people didn't. People didn't really care. They were like, oh, that's cool. Even when you're more punished for dying in that game. My favorite, I mean, as a build maker, my favorite thing about PoE 2 is the sheer fact that, you know, I don't get excoriated for certain specific choices in what I'm doing with the build. And that's because there's just so much we don't know yet. So it makes it more exciting too. Oh, this one again? What do you mean the defensive requirements of the past 2 leagues have also been crazy? Think the game has required you to have a lot of defenses? PoE 2 definitely has the whole leech thing going on. It doesn't feel like you need to invest that much defense into mitigation, but you need a ton of recovery in that game. Which is honestly more in alignment with like Diablo 3, for example. It's all about the recovery. Wow. Making up for getting the Scarab last map. Tons of operative boxes. More. Dude. $22 quant. At least I got some. Damn, Horn Scarab of Pandemonium. The opalescent boxes stayed open forever. Of course. Oh, got his containment. Opalescent. I thought Opalescent just dropped gold. I've definitely never seen a jewel from or anything drop out of this box. I don't even know what it drops. I assumed it was gold because I never see anything drop from it. It's jewels? What? Huh. Wait, isn't that good then to have like non-corrupted jewels? Huh. I mean, I have unique jewels on my filter. Rain of Splinters might be filtered out though. Corrupted Blood immunity. If it hits Corrupted Blood immunity, that's gonna show up as an override. Yeah, right.
We are victorious for now.
The Enlightened support worth 1.7 divines. Used to be a lot higher. Oh. Did anybody reach that point where they're like more looking forward to the PoE 2 League than they are continuing the PoE 1 League? Management stability. Oh. 40 maps done. No good div cards really dropped in 20 maps there. Shucks. No PoE 2 League is real good. Excited for the in-game rework. I'm actually more excited about the temple rework. Let's see what becomes of that temple. I'm gonna have a hard time even messing with the in-game rework with how good that temple was. I just want to do it again. Oh, containment. Too soon. Not even farming scarabs yet. Imagine how mad people will be if they make it not go core. That was such an upset. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be gutted really hard. I think it's gonna be gutted, like triple tap, and it's still gonna be better than anything else in the game. That's my prediction. I think it won't even be that close. Okay, so I predict what's gonna happen is they're gonna nerf it like so outrageously hard, everybody's gonna be like, oh wow, it's dead. Alright, it's super dead. And then what's gonna happen is people are gonna kind of ignore it. And then the people who are gonna do it anyway, like myself, we won't know immediately because, you know, you have to like build up a temple, right, before you really know. But then when the information comes out, people around the same time, people will be thinking in their heads like, wow, you know, we got more loot dropping. Look at all this loot dropping. They've got this cool end game, all kinds of different ways of making currency now with the rework, right? And people were happy. And then suddenly the whole like Reddit community is gonna like turn on a dime. And people realize, oh wait, Temple's still best in slot. Oh my god, this game's terrible. GE, fix your game. That's basically what's gonna happen. And then GE will come out with a sweeping changes, balance changes, pandemonium. And those changes will result in like buffing a number of other mechanics and nerfing the temple some more. And then people will be kind of happy again. But then like the Giga Min Max temples are still going to beat everything else definitively. And people will be kind of upset. And then GG will just throw their hands in the air and be like, oh, whatever, this is the league. I mean, we nerfed it like 100 ways. So what do you want us to do? And then, yeah, that's the way the league will go down. Temple will ultimately be the best mechanic. Even through like additional mid-league nerfs and stuff, it'll probably still be. But only for the crazy min-max players. I foresee the whole tech thing still existing. Like the Spy Master tech and stuff. That stuff will probably still exist. In fact, it'll unfortunately probably be one of those things where if you're taking the temple really seriously, you have to do that tech. Otherwise, other mechanics will be better. That would be a pretty unfortunate outcome, but Yep. That's why things happen. I think they are gonna reduce the temple size. I can't see them not being smart enough to do that. It's such an obvious, like, best style solution. Great stream. Alright, thanks. Any predictions for the coming league? Well, I literally just gave extremely specific predictions for the coming league. In PoE 2. I just said everything. I just said everything. Yeah, if you were asking for PoE 2 predictions, I literally just said everything. Temple's big problem is yeah, just rewind the VOD tense for like 2 minutes. What? Sanctum prediction? What do you mean? Oh, the fact that Sanctum is actually always the best. Or Trialis Alchemist is always the best way to make currency. It's never not. I mean, maybe it's not for a certain point in the game, but it always is in the end. In the very end, it's always the best. It's either goated or worthless. Well, it's gonna have specific loot-specific currencies though. Like they'll still have like Val cultivation orbs and stuff. Still be good for farming that. It's Siri, unless it's Siri's loot becomes like outdated or something. Fine. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that specialized like breach farming method. That was to get the annulment, breach annuls, right? $490 health. Right, Omen of Light. Forgot the name for a second there. Yeah, Echoes ended up not being worth very much last league. That's a weird one. You guys miss Waystone crafting? Abyss Waystone crafting? For the Abyssal Overran maps. Containment. Holy containments. Containments everywhere. Wow. 2 innocents. What map did you scry? Damnation? No, I have Apothecary and 7 years on here from a while back. Honestly, we'll get a much more regulated understanding of the... Like, considering it's for, like, science, it's just smarter to do that anyway. Leave it there, I think. Yeah, I definitely recommend trying to get the Damnation card scryed over, given how valuable it is. I don't know how long it'll last, but it is a very, very rare card. I think it's rarer than people think it is. I mean, you could run like hundreds and hundreds of maps and not see one. I know Red Vile's just trying to get one to drop. Or, well, two. Trying to get two to drop.
Cannot stop death.
Two to three times more rare. 2.5 to 3 times more rare. Oh, whoa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 4.3% chance for divination cards to drop his other divination cards. We got an immortal. An immortal card on deck. Uh-oh. I have almost all the Eldritch minions to kill still yet too. That's gonna get massive value. We're almost guaranteed to see Nurse card come out of this, I'd say. Almost guaranteed. Immortal is kind of unusual though. Might get a duped Immortal. Even if I see no Diviner box, it's still very exciting to kill this last boss on this map. Like, I'd rather have this scenario than a 3,000 card boss. Like, this is more exciting than a 3,000 card Pilfer boss. Actually. God, I opened a Diviner with no modifiers on it. Alright, let's see it. You guys ready to see 2 or maybe 4 immortal cards come out of this? My prediction. 2 immortal cards. Here come 2 patience? Not even 2 nurse? That means I only dropped 1 single patient card and all that? That's like impossible. How'd I get that unlucky? How'd I get that unlucky? Never lucky. That is a massive letdown. What? I had a high roll at the very beginning. Yeah, I don't really believe in those Faustus numbers anymore. Isn't like the Hinekora lock card like not even like isn't it like doesn't it reflect a number that's oddly common based on the Faustus formula or whatever? Some people were talking about that. Then I don't know. I don't know which one. Maybe the new one. Saw that monster. What? Ooh, damage. They're a very big believer in the breach resonant scarab. I have a feeling they forgot to increase the drop rate of Eldritch Exalted Orbs. Alright, see if I actually get Ultimatum Scarabs here. No. See? No Ultimatum Scarabs. Wait, actually, what? Hold on. Another ornament. Oh! Okay, I guess... Maybe I had a whole segment of scarabs that weren't showing up in my filter. Okay. That might explain everything. I'll go back and look at my filter again. Maggie, you drop 4 cards. That'd be pretty sick. Philip says, just joined stream, haven't watched in a while. Can you explain the strat? Well, it's a pretty complicated strat, actually. Full Mirage maps, 8 mod corrupted. Every ambush scarab except the simple one, regular ambush. Scarab. We are rolling both operative boxes in the Mirage, as well as diviner boxes in either the Mirage or outside the Mirage. Pilfering Scarab is here as well. These are the 5 Scarabs. These are the types of maps. Area quant matters more than anything. Eldritch altars can increase area quant. Mausoleum. Best map for easy boss. No boss altars. I mean, it's somewhat similar to pilfering divination card farming from previous leagues, which I've done every league for 5 leagues now or something. Don't really care about any of these boxes in particular except diviner boxes. 1 Ice Nova. 1 Ice Nova, okay. Scary map. Divine Orb sometimes. Unfortunately, these diviner boxes are pretty rare nowadays. Probably got 0 this time. Yep. That's alright. We never lose currency, as long as you do the Mirage. You get consistent Scarab drops. Still get a Scryed card drop here. Possible.
What is your desire?
That more divination cards should work too, and at least outside of boxes. How'd that spawn the influence instantly? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, map quant's additive with... So area quant is on the Waystone is good because it gets increased by increased effective modifiers on maps. So that's obviously good. But yes, the additive number straight up increases. Whoa, get some lag. What's up with this lag, dude? Don't lag me. What the hell? Am I even on the right realm? Do I feel like I'm in Europe or something suddenly? A mysteriously low number of operative boxes. Why did I not buy 100 Pilfering Scarabs last night after I duped apothecaries? Yeah, I think it's because it still routes you through the server you're near or something. Something like that. Yeah, map mod effect doesn't apply to altars now. That happens after that calculation is made. I think this is the lowest operative box count I've ever seen. With no diviners, too. No damnation. No, I'm not doing damnation on this farm. I guess it would be something like 27 years bad luck to 1 damnation card in terms of like rarity tier. Might be about that. That was a really fast map.
A vote for the dead.
Nothing to do in there.
All suffering in this world stems from you.
You've done well. Choose what you wish.
Why? Wow, I got lucky. That was actually a really good roll on that diviner box. The rare, well-rolled, corrupt rare divine box. Yeah, it's almost the same roll. Oh, dude, I missed a quant altar for that. A 30% quant altar? No. Painful. Remember the good old days when you get like 12 diviner boxes in one map? Shit. Farming cards and scarabs? Yep. It's cards and scarabs, basically it. This is the top side. This is only cards.
Prepare to face your unmaking.
Shaper. 258 cards. Oh, dropping him one at a time. Ah. He's dropping him one at a time. I might show up late. Or he still dropped 0 that were worth anything. Dang it. It like takes a long time to drop all of them. But I think he's dropped them all now. This is lame. Trying to figure out if giving up 40 map quant to have a deli orb with a chance to proc altar is worth it. No, what you should do is you should automatically spawn delirium mirror. Just go delirium mirror. You don't have to make that choice. Wrapping fog. Oh, that's weird. I dropped a tier 16 op. I literally dropped a tier 16 originator map right in that exact location. Above the Mirage. Or outside the Mirage. Freaky, man. Oh, reopen diviner box. Yeah, yeah. Do it again. Again. Oh, nice. Scored ambush. One time I want to see like 4 containment scarabs drop off one box though. No, I wouldn't suggest swapping out the ambush kit. You just spec Delimir. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This stuff isn't even necessary. 6, 7, 8. Generally, you only need like 8 Atlas passives in Delimir chance. And then, you know, you obviously don't block it here. Just wanted to say thanks for this strat. I've basically tried everything. I believe this is the most enjoyable for you. Oh, dude, you're welcome. Most enjoyable. You're the first person who said that. Yeah, I don't think it's the best strat out there, but it is pretty fun. Combo consistency and jackpot. Alright, I think he's gonna drop the cards. Not all at once again. Yeah. They drop periodically. What's up with that? Back in there, I guess. 4 patience. 4 patience. Only on some, like, not even all Shaper maps. Last night, my Shaper maps weren't dropping them all at once. It, like, depend on, you know, whether it's like a new moon or something. It's the weirdest criteria. It's kind of funky when they don't drop all at once, because then you're, like, sitting there, spinning the wheel. I kind of like that. It's kind of fun. Like you're playing a little casino game. Alright, quick bathroom break here, and then we'll get back to some more box opening. Get all your box opening desires satiated with this stream for sure. What? Map 44 coming up in a minute. My camera. Auto lighting so bad. Hold on. Yeah. Hey. I look brighter. I looked sickly before with the lighting.
Your tolerance of the intolerable is admirable.
There we go. Back at it. So, were there any other really good videos that came out lately? PoE 2 related videos? Probably not. Or, no, actually PoE 1 related videos. Did I see the Miso podcast debate they had on campaign skips? No, that sounds like a... I mean, that's a fairly interesting topic. I definitely side on the no skip thing. Although, well, okay. The only kind of campaign skipping I would be for is, like, highly intuitive campaign skipping based on the way the game's designed. Like, okay, so to me, campaign is a sort of sacred place where the player is obligated to go through the motions of, like, you know, the storyline of the game and stuff. I mean, I'm not a developer, but I very much sympathize with, like, the story of a game and where you know, you have to go through that process. It's like a rite of passage kind of thing, right? But I can also get behind intuitive skips, like, kind of like what Last Epoch does. Something really creative with the programming where... Or even like, or yeah, basically Last Epoch's style, where you're forced to do some of it, a small portion of it, but like the crazier and ballsier you are, like the earlier you can go into this dungeon that, you know, has X level monsters. And if you want to, you know, if you're so effing good at the game, you know, that you can just, like, skill lock everything down and, like, you got the best gear for it. See, because, like, that would be really fun for somebody like me who likes to min-max. I even like min-maxing the campaign just for fun. Like, I like getting cool rain, you know, on a bow build. I even got, like, Fox Shade up body armor, which is, like, 30% increased movement speed and a whole bunch of evasion and stuff. That's just fun to me. Makes it unnecessarily easy, but I just find it fun. Because I'm min-maxer, like, that's what I am above everything else. Even when it doesn't matter at all. Still like min-maxing. Yeah, so... that would... something like that would really benefit a player like me, who will go out of their way to, like, buy on trade, like, crazy min-max gear even on day one, and then, like, you know, I would be able to skip a lot more for that, because of, in the case that the campaign skip is do a dungeon that's too hard for your level kind of thing, like way too hard. Kind of power through it even if you died a couple times. $271, the silly boy. Silly boy. Horned Scarab, yeah. Yeah, 30-minute segment on it, time-stamped if you want to watch it. How long ago was this podcast?
Make your wish. Your wish has been granted.
Warden Enjoyer, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a Warden Enjoyer. Yeah, but PoE 2 campaign doesn't actually take that long. Although it is probably going to get longer. It's going to feel longer, obviously, as they introduce more campaign, you know, Act 5, Act 6, and then people don't know how to get through it. Aren't the racers already, like, beginning to figure out how to get a campaign done, like, crazy fast in PoE 2? Aren't they already getting some absurd times? I remember something about that last league. I don't think they were just running twink gear either. Play Ward stacking Molten Strike Warden 2. I thought you were conflating Warden Enjoyer with Ward stack Enjoyer. Okay. Ah, I see. Go ahead and link me the timestamp or the podcast, I guess. Or actually, I can probably find it. Is it the most recent podcast? I don't know why I haven't been on that podcast. I feel like I should have by now. They've invited almost everybody. Where's Snoobay on there? No Snoobay. I've had some quality hot takes in my PoE 2 days. Whoa. Sorry, I thought YouTube link should go through. Not this short link, I guess. My bad. I'll pull it. Let me get done with this map. Operatives for days. Yeah, you're good. You're good. It's fine. And I misclicked. There it is. The containment. Common scarab. Oh wow. Second one. 2 containment. How many containments will I get this map? Wait, I didn't even roll that. It wasn't even rolled. At least I had 3 prefixes. Divini. Wait, why am I? Never ends. I think I'm gonna run out of inventory space here. 2 terrors? What? Yeah, I can't. I don't have space. You think rolling operatives is worth on budget boxes? I mean, it is pretty easy, because you really only care that much about quant roll. I don't know, it's probably not worth it on budget. $122. Wait, what am I doing? I grab everything here. An Eldritch pack I completely missed. OMG. Calling around shield. Alright. Well, that was a really lucrative map with no meaningful divination cards. Mean. Alright, I'm gonna check that link. Just setting up for the next map. Thank you, Vezuls. Let me pull it up here.
Me so.
Alright, so linked it in Twitch, where we're at, timestamps and all. The grand campaign skip debate by 4 Path of Exile casuals. I mean, 4 Path of Exile 2 enthusiasts. Hold on. I didn't mean it.
Yeah. What's not going to be fun is a campaign skip debate. Miso, I'm going to let you take points on this one. You are the demon who brought this topic to us a few weeks ago. We've been holding off on it.
I mean, we've talked about it before.
Yeah, wasn't it with Try too? I don't remember when we talked about the campaign.
Maybe.
I don't remember.
But I mean, sure. I could bring us in on this one. I mean, so this last week it started because we had a conversation about how in Path of Exile 1, you have very specific builds for for different types of farms. You have builds that are really good at those farms, and
actually, he's just starting this. It just made me think of another side point. In PoE 2, it does seem like it's a lot more important to just have a well-rounded build, and I think is one reason why you know, people didn't gravitate as much as I hoped they would to the build that I ran last league, which was Twister, but with Invoker, and it like kind of lacked on the bossing damage, and that's why I always say like Deadeye is the gold standard there, because it's like the one version of Twister that is just innately good at bossing because of all the frenzy charge tech, even single target in play. So I think that's probably what he's already getting at, but anyway, continue.
For other farms, those builds might be really bad. So in Path of Exile 1, characters are pretty specialized, right? You start off with the league starter, and then after that, you branch off and make like a character that's like really good for a farm that you want to do. Now, in Path of Exile...
Yeah, I've literally never done that. Every league starter becomes the build that I run. So I don't know about that whole thing.
2 right now, every character can basically do every type of farm. But we're seeing things like the Omen of Light farm for Abyss, where there are some characters that it's not that they can't do it, they're horrendously bad at doing the Omen of Light, right? Because they can't pull the mobs out of the void, they're killing them in there, and they're getting lieges. It's really bad. So it's like, potentially GGG is starting to shift Path of Exile 2 in more of that direction. And that begs to the question of, when we are getting this shift where potentially your first character in a league might not be able to do everything anymore, would it make sense, given that we have a more, you know, casual audience, or at least that's the kind of the goal potentially with Path of Exile 2, would it make sense that after your first character, you have some sort of way to expedite your second campaign run? That way you can get that character to a higher point faster, to be able to get to that farm that you want to do. Because it does suck when you're a type of person who has, you know, maybe an hour or 2 to play per day, and then you can't make that second character. So that does it make sense to have some sort of it doesn't have to be a skip. It's like to make the second campaign just expedited for that league. Maybe it's like after.
Question in your chat, Sauce. Hey, what's up, dude? Don't really know that much about PoE lore. Me neither, actually. I think you dropped in last build showcase. I don't even know what the build showcase is. Did they drop some kind of 0.5 teaser recently? I don't know. I might be out of the loop on that. Permit and what? No, just what? I mean, if you I don't know, the shorthand links on YouTube, I don't know the exact URL. I haven't whitelisted it yet, but if you use like actual youtube.com, it's not gonna kill the link. Although maybe you can't with timestamp. I just need to whitelist it.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Is your build having a rough time? Then perhaps consider becoming a professional dog walker. It's so fulfilling. You'll get paid well, the dogs will keep you safe, and you'll have plenty of companionship. Just keep in mind their life expectancy is measured in dog years. The dog second. Vecture is also using the expendable army rules corruption or cantering and companions is achieved now as a robust, and we're using banners to refill our life.
This is just a build showcase from PoE 2 currently. Like, isn't it that all it is? Peaceful moments.
Choose what you wish.
Wait, what is the significance you're talking about?
choose what you wish. An in
Analogy, because Rayclass does not have any Swiss, or much in the way of armies, or even knives, at least until we release a Shadow one day. But anyway, the point being, the skill has so many gem tags that it's
I don't know. Your question is related. Your question is predicated on like the person you're asking has to be like highly interested in that stuff. That's like conspiracy Andy stuff about GGG's inner working things. I'm not somebody who gets into that really. Like, I don't know, and I'm just being honest. I don't know and I don't care about that. I play the game that is presented to me. When new things come along, I'm happy to try them and stuff. Yeah. Like I don't even really care what league mechanic they come out with in 0.5 or the end game rework. I hope it's good, but like I'm not like, oh my god, what are they gonna do? Yeah. Maybe we'll make a Shadow someday. They do have a way of like sneaking in little secrets like that though, so you know it could be something. All right, so we'll go back to this grand debate here.
After you beat Arbiter, for example, you unlock the ability, you get a token to get a second character up faster or something.
I don't know. Chat's going in on you already. I have my response. I was thinking of it already before chat wrote it. You're describing.
All right, so we know Miso would like to have some kind of campaign skip, maybe borrow power. He gave an example. All right, that's where Miso is.
Driving like Twink Uniques pretty much.
Well,
like
not everybody can afford Twink Uniques on their second character.
Whoa! How expensive on asynchronous trade are they?
mean,
there's no way they're.
Some people, maybe it's like they mess up their character or something. I don't know.
Then they're not getting to Arbiter. They mess up.
I guess that's true.
He's pretty easy to get to.
But you know.
I don't know. I don't think they'll ever add a skip, but I think it's an interesting debate. I do, especially because other ARPGs do it in various ways.
Yeah. So here's my thing, right? I think no skip is a very old school ARPG mindset. I think that it is a very like, hey, this is how things have always been, so we're gonna keep it that way. Like, in reality, most people don't enjoy their second run as much as their first run. But it's a hard debate because like if you add it in there, nobody's gonna ever not skip or like not really skip, but like expedite their second campaign run, right? But it's just I always feel for those people that like don't like they want to try out these new builds, they want to try out these other characters, but like they can't because of time limitations.
That's an argument against campaign skip. You can start trying out the build in campaign with specifically tailored uniques to that build.
Well, I don't know. Like, there's skills that take you can only unlock them at level 55, and then you need to unlock crit to do cast on crit. Now you can't play that build.
Stupid cock enjoyers! I knew it all came back to cock. Oh my god!
3 to 4 hours. You can fully enjoy that build you want to play for 3 to 4 hours. That is how long campaign takes.
That's how long it takes for you. That's how long it takes for you.
That's how long it takes. The 3 to 4. Uh-oh, triggered.
I think we got some exaggerators.
With some Twink gear, it doesn't have to be like.
There's an argument to be made that like the longer it takes you to do the campaign, the more time you probably should spend getting used to a build, because if you're a player who can do the campaign really fast, get through it, build, and see if it's good for you, you're probably more knowledgeable and able to comprehend more information with less, input, so to speak. But if you struggle really hard, you probably need to spend more time messing around with that build at a slower pace in order to understand the build better.
Insanely good Twink gear with Storm Twink gear. If it takes you on your not your first character, if you are able to put Twink gear good twink gear on
Alright.
another character.
I think
and
the
if it takes
average
you more than 6
campaign-
hours to finish campaign with twink gear, I think we have different stuff to talk about than campaign.
I'm
skill.
sorry, but I think
I kind of feel like this whole debate is kind of premature because the campaign is a way better part of the game than the end game right now, based on how they've. It seems like the wrong time to be even really having this conversation. I guess it's not, because all things should be on the table in early access, getting input and stuff. But yeah, like the campaign's the best part of the game. Like, why would you want to expedite that to go to an end game quickly that doesn't have anything going on in it, like, or not much going on in it? Kind of weird. But I don't know. I have a. This is one of those things where I have a hard time taking my own biases out of it, because I never make a second character in a league, like virtually never, so I can't really sympathize with people who get sick and tired of doing the campaign. I will never get sick and tired of doing the campaign, because I only do it maximum one time in a league. Like, almost without exception. Like literally, I'm not even being hyperbolic, 90% of the time, I will run the campaign one time in a league.
the average person's campaign takes about half a week. I think the average person.
What's wrong with
character?
No, I'm not talking about twin character. I'm
also,
saying
that's
like,
fine.
I'm saying like, so if their first character takes half a week, the twin character is not going to be up
Fresh
to
character,
at
yeah,
like
that's
3
fine.
to 4.
That's fine.
3 to 4
I think
hours.
That's fine.
But if you're like, but you can't complain, or you can ask for something to circumvent if you're actively saying like, it's totally fine if you take your time, but you can then say I want to skip this because I'm actively not trying as hard, basically. Because if you would just put some effort into it and get the twink gear on it, like the minimum effort, it's 6 hours.
I remember in Diablo 2, it's really, really fun to do the campaign with twin gear after not doing it. I definitely, like, as somebody who doesn't run the campaign multiple times, I really do enjoy doing the campaign, like, twink gear. That's why I kind of twink my character out a little bit, even at league start. It's one of the side effects, bonus side effects, and one of the slight motivations for me to adhere to the normal sleep schedule where the league launches at like 4 a.m. local time, and I'm usually going to bed around 2 a.m. So I don't wake up 2 hours early or just try to pull an all-nighter to run the league. I know that I'm, first of all, obviously human biology, better off just getting a full night's sleep in the long run. But also, when I league start like 4 or 5 hours late, I have access to like gobs and gobs of twink gear that most people don't, based on the league start time. And it just makes the whole campaign process just so much more enjoyable. I just happen to not have like crazy FOMO about, oh my god, every second that goes by that I'm sleeping, I'm missing out. I don't feel that at all, even on day one.
It's tops.
Again, I think you are vastly overestimating how long it takes for somebody.
I'm talking strictly about not the first character.
I'm
talking
about, and I'm not talking about somebody like us. I'm talking about somebody who's just playing the game average. Maybe they're playing an hour or two a day, something like that, right?
I mean, that kind of player isn't finishing the campaign ever. They're not finishing the campaign on their first character. They're not finishing it on the second one. That kind of player logs in, plays like the first 3 zones of Act 1, and then is like, you know what? I don't like this big ass warrior guy. Let me try like that caster witch or whatever. And they do that, and they log in, and they're like, actually, no, I don't like this at all. They only do like 1 zone of wanding, and they hate it. So like, they don't even like kill the first mini boss to reach the freaking first waypoint, you know. And then they make a 3rd character, and then they're like, okay, oh, I like this one. This one's really fun. I think I'm gonna stick with this one for the whole league. And then they actually play it for like, you know, 30 minutes for the first 4 days of the league. And you're like, okay, you know, nice. I actually invested like 2 hours of game time in. Well, they're still in Act 1, actually. So, you know, they get most of the way through Act 1, and they're like, actually, you know what? I kind of did like that warrior. I want to go back to that warrior. and they go back to it, but it's actually in the third zone of Act 1. You know, and it's like he's talking about players that don't even come close to finishing the campaign. Halfway through the league, they might be in like Act 4 or something, you know, on one of their 7 characters that they've made.
That's a lot, brother. Hour or 2 a day. That's a lot.
I mean, yeah,
But
exactly.
even if it's 8 hours, that's still if you spend 100 hours on another character, that's still nothing. I hate this discussion because it's
I hate it so much because
ridiculous.
like there's so much like one, I don't think people want a campaign skip. They want to like a campaign skip. They want a end game skip. They want to get to level 70 so they can start doing the fun stuff in end game faster. So what these people who are wanting a can skip want, they want a faster way to get to end game, which means alternate leveling systems, like introducing delve from level 1, or introducing like lesser waystones where you can do mapping from one.
Well, what I would see it as is
That's kind of an interesting take from Caltrack. I could see that being a thing. Yeah, that definitely reminds me of like Diablo 3 going straight into rifting immediately versus the conventional start, which you know, I always did that back in Diablo 3 when Reaper of Souls, but I also simultaneously felt like that ruined the game at the same time. So like you'd be stupid not to do it, but we're also ruining the game in the process. Boiling it down to its lowest common denominator as fast as possible. Like there definitely is an idea to the whole thing, like once you do this you cannot go back. That's the worst part of it. That's the scariest part about campaign skip related things. This would be the kind of thing where once GGG gives the players a tiny taste of that, they cannot pull it back. Or they'll set their whole community on fire. They really should proceed with caution here.
you would get it would take your character to the tier 1 map level, which I think is like 64.
No, that's fucking garbage. That's absolutely trash because there's so many things wrong with that. There is so much from level 1 to 70 that fuels the economy. Lesser essences, low-level skill gems. You add a campaign skip, someone like me who levels 14 characters is no longer fueling the economy with lower-level stuff.
Well, I mean,
we're going straight into maps. That's like
how many lesser essences are there in the economy after month 1?
So many people do low-level crafting. So many people use.
I mean,
stuff.
if you go into the trade right now and try to buy a lesser essence, just tell me how easy that is.
And it'll be a lot harder when everyone's skipping the campaign on their alternate characters.
Well, I mean,
like,
if it goes from
so it's trying to break up the podcast.
If it
with
goes
this
from
topic.
3 essences to 0 essences, is that big a difference?
It's only 3 right now because months into the league.
Well, it's probably like 10 like a month ago. It was like a 10 a month. Well, month 1, most people wouldn't be skipping the campaign at that
Let me
point.
finish everything I wanted to say first. First of all, like there is massive economic implications to a camp. Like again, we're not even talking about campaign skip. We're talking about a boost.
Yeah, I'm glad you recommended this video. It's pretty funny. I didn't realize it would be that polarizing. So you have Dead Rabbit and Caltarak making 2 separate points against campaign skips. Then you have Miso like super in favor of campaign skip, and I'm pretty sure Talkative tries against campaign skip too. So it's basically a 3 versus 1 here.
To end game, you're asking for a level 65-70 boost, which is not a campaign skip. That's just fucking trash. Anyone that wants that, like...
Why are they so heated? Well, the only one... Caltarak's always heated. That's his personality. That's his brand. But, you know, they're going to play it up because it's a podcast. It's going to be more interesting if you get heated. You allow yourself to get heated on these. Plus, these guys know each other really well. They're not going to offend each other. They're all friends.
I'll be that guy that's like, this game isn't for fucking you if you want an endgame skip, period. And GGG has specifically said themselves, and this is what I love about this.
And then what? He'll come out with an apology after? Just like he did last time? I'll be that guy. I will call you a tourist to your face. And then apologize later after the fact.
quote, if you want to skip the campaign, then there's something wrong with the campaign, and
There you
GG
go.
needs to fix that.
There you go.
Well,
Like the idea of a
I agree.
campaign skip, especially when we don't even have a finished campaign, is absolutely clown tier. Like we don't even have the full campaign done. Why are we asking for? You're asking for development resources to be made to spend on something that.
Yeah, that's the point I made earlier. Like, this is the wrong... I said earlier, it's the wrong time to be debating this. I think it's fine to debate this, but why are we debating it when its campaign is where most of the resources... I didn't exactly say where most of the resources were going, but that's why I was implying it is the best part of the game because that's where most of the resources are being spent. It's the most fine-tuned aspect of the game. Why do you want to skip the best, most, finely tuned aspect of the game? That's kind of lame.
Like, again, either we need an alternate leveling system where it's like delve from level 1, mapping from level 1, whatever systems Diablo does, or you need a level 70 boost, which absolutely fuck that. That's crazy.
Well, it's not about the campaign not being fun. It's about, like, when...
Yeah, I'll go on the record now and say I am forever against a level boost. I don't care what possible solution or justification for it is. I will never get behind that. There is no world where I would get behind a level boost. Oh my god.
When we get into the system where people don't have characters that can do everything anymore if they go down that path, right? If I want to make a character that is like, hey, I made a character for Delve, but this league I'm actually really hating Delve. But I really want to play Harvest. I don't know. But my character does Harvest real bad. So what do I do? Just quit the league? Or do I... But then I can't make another...
Okay, so the answer to that is you change your build. You use the same character and change the build, or you re-roll another character and do a new build. Like, you do have an option. That's why the ascendancy system exists, or some sort of like the character at the character creation, you have to commit to a certain type of character. But the game, what makes PoE so awesome is that you can have an elementalist be a caster or an attack-based build or a bow build of all that. Like, you can have every archetype play any other archetype. The only thing you're actually stuck with is your start location and your ascendant and a collection of 3 ascendancies, actually. Well, 2 or 3, I guess, in PoE 2. It'll be 3, I think, for each one in the end. So you're really not restricted that much. Like, you can do a massive respec and do a totally different build if you want. Or you can take a build you're doing and just kind of warp it into, like, if your build is like all in clearing trash and terrible single target, it's not like there's never no way to reorient a build a little bit more towards single target. You might have to change the primary skill gem. Yeah, you might have to change primary skill gem, a couple of support gems, but you can like reorient it into something that's more balanced or more single target. I think that's part of the beauty of, all the choices you make. You have to commit to some choices, but you don't have to commit to all of them. And I also feel like the whole like campaign skip thing is like a proxy debate of an argument in favor of laziness, in the sense like people are too lazy to take a build they have and like actually get to work and adjust it a little bit so it'd be a lot better at what they want to do. People are too lazy to like try to level 2 characters up from the ground up if they really want to keep the other character. I don't know. Like, to me, a league start, a particular league is always just a journey of one character, and I'll change a character oriented in one way or another. If I feel like it's not doing what I wanted to do, I'll change a few things and make it better at this and that. A great example of this league is the Warden is capable of doing some pretty crazy things with like single target and bossing and freezing, but if I just wanted to do Legion Dunes all day, I'd run Deadeye at this point. Like, just take the same gear I have and switch it over to Deadeye and just have a little bit faster action speed, or vice versa if I was already doing that, but I wanted to, if there was like this crazy new strat that, oh my god, Titanic Rogue Exiles is back, whoa, I would just go back Warden and go freeze and kill things that way. Like, okay, and I still have a Pathfinder ascendancy, which I haven't even talked about, which also is up for consideration with certain things. I think the problem is, I don't think this really... The only place where this doesn't really apply is if you're like a Giga min-maxer and you want to play the newest, bestest, most awesome build. It has to be done on this class, on this ascendancy, and no other ascendancy can possibly pull off what this one is doing. And well, okay, then you have to actually re-roll a character and do that. But that's for people who play the game so hard, you know, there's no excuse for getting upset about re-rolling. Like, you're just like a crazy Giga min-maxer. That's your cross to bear. Like, okay, if you want to min-max the game so hard that you care deeply about the start location and the ascendancies, and you can't even possibly reroute a build, you're already running into something better. Like, it has to be literally the best. Everything, all cylinders firing. Well, then, too bad. Like, you gotta actually play the game, and which is what you're already doing if you're playing at the level anyway. It's like, to that person, it doesn't really matter if they have to re-roll. They know how to make a twink character and do the campaign super fast anyway. So I feel like, ironically, those are the only players that kind of get wrapped up in this whole thing, like wanting to constantly re-roll, and it has to be that way. You can't just change your character. You have to re-roll because of where you're, you know, what the game means to you, min-max and all that. To everybody else, I mean, you just make some adjustments to your character and do different things.
Now the
See
character.
Ya. If you don't want to level another character in this game, see ya. Like,
I mean,
I'm not defending this person.
That's
like
that really sucks.
We have
though.
a solution to that problem. Like, you play a meta build that can do all content. That, like, we have builds for this type of person.
In Path of Exile 2, maybe, but I wouldn't say, like, if you have, like, a character in Path of Exile, like, not all characters can do Delp, for example. Like, my character definitely couldn't do Delp in Path of Exile 1.
Well, yeah, you have to make a delve specific build.
But
like,
exactly.
like
so
that's
it's like halfway through, I realize this new mechanic is not for me, or like this mechanic is like, I don't like it at all. But I want to do
What's
this.
What's the famous Dead Rabbit quote from like 20 episodes ago? It's tough shit.
Very famous.
Is that what you
quote.
said, Rabbit? I've
heard that a lot.
I'm not quite with both of you, by the way. Like, I feel like you're both too far into the extreme.
So defend anything.
Dude, I need to check my containment scarab count again. I might be almost back up to 1 for 1. What is going on?
Thing about a campaign skip or an endgame boost, Rabbit. Defend it, please. What do you see that would be added?
No, I'm
here?
against. I'm
That's what we're talking about. Like, what about a campaign boost
reasons.
and an endgame boost? Okay, well, what reasons?
I just think that it is completely overblown, because if you
Well, yeah, I agree with that too.
it just seems like people are acting like it is such a I get it on the first character. I'm completely taking that out of the equation. But if you actually just spend not even 15 minutes on just checking what kind of items can I put onto another character for another campaign run, it is literally, I'm even putting it up. Let's say it's 10 hours. What is that? What is 10 hours for getting a character into endgame, which already is playing the game, by the way? People are acting like that you get to the promised land while you're in endgame. You get to endgame and then you're mindlessly doing maps and you're telling me, oh my god, I don't want to do another campaign run again, but you want to run spring 100 times over? Like, what is that? What is that logic? What is that logic? It's like, oh my god, I don't want to play the game it is ridiculous logic. It makes no sense. Either you like the game or you don't. The campaign is amazing, in my opinion. The campaign is absolutely amazing. It is super fun to play. You can start playing the build a little bit as well. You can at least go into the archetype already, and you can have a campaign experience that is actually enjoyable because you can min.
I feel like he's almost hitting on like one of the core tenets of like ARPGs and the argument in the argument against campaign skip. The purpose of the campaign is to teach you how to play the game. But the purpose of a campaign is also to teach you how to play the specific character, class, and build that you're trying to make. You're supposed to learn the build gradually, by adding buttons, and you feel the build in real time get fleshed out as you continue leveling up, as you start hitting all the the proper keystones and passive points, and it's meant to be a gradual thing. It's not meant to be like, oh, instantly you just buy, you go to TFT and you purchase a build and it's just there and you have it and you're done and you know how to play it automatically. Like, you're supposed to your mind is supposed to graduate with the process of learning a build, and that takes time, and that's part of the campaign's purpose, even in terms of campaign rerun.
Max your campaign run a little bit. That is actually fun, by the way. You can see oh, I'm playing I'm playing what is oh fuck.
You know what I mean? You're supposed to see even the simple growing pains of a build where you start off really slow and you begin taking on, the components of a build. You're supposed to experience that and enjoy that as much as you would in the in-game. It's not supposed to be trying to fast forward to get to the in-game farming. You're supposed to enjoy playing the build itself. It's almost like people who want to do campaign skips don't actually enjoy playing builds. They only enjoy farming stuff on whatever the most strongest, most efficient character is at that thing. I've never really understood that. To me, playing a build that's fun to play, the way the character moves and all that stuff, there's a funness to that, and that is what makes me love Twister so much. I actually love the Twister build. I really love leveling with it. I love the way it plays. I love the way it sets up and the power you get when you hit that button. You expend all the frenzy charges. Just Twisters everywhere, and they're going all over the place. That is so much fun. I really love the power curve on it because it starts off, it starts off really weak, but not it has a ton of power even at level 1, but it's very slow. It's all the skills, the pacing is very slow. But so you feel like you have you got tons of power even in the very beginning of Act 1, but it's very slow. And so you basically the whole campaign experience is taking that already supercharged power of a build, way more power than most builds at level 1, and you're just getting it faster and faster and faster with it. It's still not old to me. Okay, I got 3 containment scarabs. I am somebody who likes min-maxing div per hour too. I don't know, maybe I'm a more well-rounded player than I realize, or than most people are. I actually enjoy, different aspects of the game, not just one specific part of it. I don't know. You don't re-roll and do the same thing again? Well, I do the same thing every league. This will be the 4th time I've league started Twister. I'm doing it again. Granted, I've done it in 3 different types of builds, but yeah. I mean, the only reason why I wouldn't delete my own character and remake the build is because I don't like SSF or whatever. There are a lot of people who do that in an SSF or hardcore. If I liked hardcore a lot, I might do that. I did like hardcore actually in Diablo 3. I liked hardcore. If I played hardcore, I would definitely do it in PoE 2 before I would do it in PoE 1. Because I don't like the way PoE 1 is oriented towards just favoring a glass cannon style pacing. But in PoE 2, you can actually be kind of fast relative to how fast you can be. You can be pretty fast and pretty tanky at the same time without a huge sacrifice of one or the other.
What is the EF again? The little balls you shoot.
Ember Fusillade?
Yeah, I'm playing an Ember Fusillade Titan in campaign now, and now I'm taking 20 minutes to itemize this character, and you can also challenge yourself. Damn, imagine that. Challenge yourself a little bit to go fast through the campaign. Even for a casual player, or for the player that you described, Miso, that doesn't play the game a lot, dude, is it really that? Is it really that out of?
Dead Rabbit did become famous by doing this sort of like weird, quirky, off-meta, mid-league start reset thing. Like he would like spin a wheel or something, like it'd be a wheel of all the different builds, and then all the different ascendancies, and then all the different skills, and you just max it up whatever it landed on, and then he'd run it, and it would be like an 8-hour video or something of him trying to do it, and he'd just do it. You do that a few times in a league. So, I mean, he is definitely somebody who has the audacity to speak on well, let's just for the hell of it, just league start something again, something random, completely off meta.
Fashion to sometimes just challenge yourself a little bit for stuff. And people saying that the campaign is like nails on a chalkboard, then actually I'm with Caltrack a little bit, then the game might not be for you. If the campaign is that bad to you, the game might not be for you. I don't get it. How are you saying that the campaign is so bad when then you're like, oh damn, but I really like one-shotting Zesht over and over again? That is
actually funny to me. Yeah.
That is the cognitive dissonance of insane proportions, in my opinion. So it is just a ridiculous argument. That's why I hate this debate. That's why I hate this topic of discussion, because it also will never happen. I can tell you right now, it will never happen.
Well, yeah, if Jonathan's in charge, it'll never happen. Jonathan has specifically said the thing about the campaign. Yeah. Me. So my question. Sorry, I get really passionate.
What's Try's opinion?
Try
My opinion?
Yeah.
Go for it. Cal, finish your thought. Go for it, man.
Well, I just wanted to ask Miso, like, you play more ARPGs than me by a lot. Like, what is a campaign, are you like actually just proposing on your second character? You just like you can like create a character and it starts at level 65 in maps. Like, what does a campaign endgame skip look like to you that you've seen from other games? Because to me, that I'm thinking from an MMO perspective, where you just spend $60 and then you boost to 80, right? Like, obviously it wouldn't be paid for, but like, what is a campaign skip to you, or whatever the solution, the end game skip rather?
I mean, first of all, like, I couldn't care less about what happens. I like playing multiple characters, right? I think I just want to establish that for anybody's listening, I don't care whether this happens or not. It doesn't affect me, because I have the time, and I'm the person who does like playing multiple characters for the campaign. I enjoy it, but this is for like I see so many comments all the time about people like, I don't have time for another character. I don't have time to do this. And then when we have the conversation about like specialized characters, and I'm like, ah, man, it sucks. So just to make it clear, I don't care what happens about this, right? If it happens, great. If it doesn't, whatever. But for me, when I think about this, it could be multiple ways. It just depends on how they want to implement it. It could be like a situation with like Last Epoch, where you get kind of like an expedited campaign, and then you get through the campaign a little bit faster. You still end up in the same place, and by the end game, your character is still like end game level or whatever. That's like a way they could do it. Another way they could do it, of course, is the full skip, where it's just like, I don't have to do the campaign. I get a character level 64 or whatever, and then it's just naked, and then I have to deal with the gear myself. But it's just some way to make the campaign a little bit faster for that person who doesn't really have as much time to get that second character up. That's about kind of like what I think about it as. But yeah.
Sorry, our guest.
No, you're good. No, I totally understand what Misu's saying, because I've seen that comment before as well. But what I always point people to is the concept that we brought up initially. It's like twink uniques, twink leveling, just passing down gear from your first playthrough. Like, instead of tossing crap or vendoring it, putting it in your stash for that second character that you might make, to make it a lot easier. As we all know, you have one good weapon, you're speeding through the campaign. You're killing bosses in a couple seconds. You're one-shotting every single white mob, all the res. You are running through the campaign at a rapid
Sounds like
pace.
Endgame.
Right.
Oh my god, sounds like an Endgame
right.
character.
It's just like Endgame. So, but I honestly, I think this whole campaign issue is kind of like a psyop from the ARPG community, because ever since I started playing PoE1 back in 2019, everybody's always like, campaign's a tutorial, real game doesn't even start. Campaign's a tutorial, Doesn't even start. And grinding your games, as I think, Cal, you pointed out the quote, essentially, from GGG saying, hey, if people hate the campaign, we're doing something wrong, we're going to try to make it better. They built this game specifically to try to make the campaign a part of the game. They wanted to do this intentionally. They realized the situation that PoE 1 is in and that every other ARPG is in, where everybody's like, literally not a part of the game, doesn't matter to character progression. And I think they're actively trying to fix that ideology in ARPGs with PoE 2, where it's not a tutorial, it's a part of your character's progression. And I do feel that, and I you know, right now, and I hope I feel that even more once we get Acts 1 through 6 all the way through.
Gearbox says they failed because it can't be done. No, I disagree. I don't. Well, I mean, I think there's still a lot they can do with it. I think they're just trying to make a campaign conventionally, and then they're probably going to build on that with like Last Epoch systems or something. I already believe that Last Epoch is that the way they handled it is kind of, you know, the rabbit in the hat solution, the pretty much fix all solution. Now, where you scale that, you know, whether you let somebody do this dungeon at level 10 or level 20, you know, to like expedite levels. The whole, like, you would have to change the whole system of... One big thing that would have to change is, like, you don't level as fast once you... You know how, like, if you over-level a zone, you stop getting good XP? But also, if you under-level a zone too much, you also stop getting good XP? They'd have to, like, adjust that in a way that would be favorable for, like, being massively under-leveled or something like that. But I actually really like the idea of you can commit yourself to a trial of some sort, a dungeon or something, where it's blisteringly hard. Like, you can go into it so early that it would be harder than an Uber boss with early in-game gear. Like, it would just be like you almost got to be a god gamer to beat it. But for people who are like that, they can do that. Damn, my ear's hurting real bad now. Got like a low pressure system that's messing with my ear. When I got sick with a cold, it all started with this freaking ear being in pain, and now I'm like not sick anymore, and now my ear is in pain again. That's awkward. But it was also specifically like the shittiest weather outside too, which is exactly the weather it was when I got sick. It's now we return to that weather again. I think it has to do with the pressure outside more than anything. Jar Jar Bongs with the sub. 8 months. Welcome back, friend.
As if they were valuable. Pathetic.
Through the game, you know, because the moment I hit endgame, it just feels very different to me. Like, the game swaps. I know we haven't really talked about this, but the PoE 2 campaign feels like such a different game from the end game still, and I enjoy that way more. And I'm like shocked. Everybody always praises the campaign that I see like online usually, but then they also talk about wanting to skip the campaign, and I'm like, what is going on
there's
here?
There's a big difference, because the biggest difference you will never be able to solve, it's just never going to happen, no matter what they do, is that in endgame, you're actually growing your economy. You're actually finding valuable loot that's going to be giving you money and growing your character's economy, which just doesn't. That's why solo self-found player.
Well, I think this is part of the reasons what made Diablo 2 so special. There were certain things that you could farm in Diablo 2 at a low level that were worth a ton. I think like for example, you could stop for a while in like Nightmare Countess runs and stuff like that, and even like normal. You could target farm like normal uniques or something off of Ralakesh or Rakalash or whatever the fuck his name is. I think, if I remember correctly, like there were just a lot of opportunities to legitimately farm valuable loot that at an early level in that game. Nightmare Cows, yeah, Nightmare Neff. Right, yeah. So you could like hit stop at a lot of places in that game and just you could kind of get some of your leveling out of the way, but also I mean you couldn't actually skip campaign in Diablo 2, but like that was just I remember Diablo 2 being a unique game in that you could be a high level character and go to low level zones and make good currency, so to speak. Farming for specific things. Yeah.
Players don't mind the campaign as much. That's why hardcore Soul Self-Found players are fine running the campaign all day, because the economy doesn't exist. But when you're in the trade environment, no matter what you do, because it will be completely unbalanced, if you're able to gain a significant amount of income in the campaign, you will never be able to grow your character's wealth in the campaign. And that's what a lot of people play the game for in the end game. They play it because I want to get the divs, I want to get the tinks, I want to get whatever, right? And they want to find a way to get to that point where they can get their second character up fast enough to where they can start getting that feeling of, yes, I'm hunting for that next thing now. Because when you're doing the campaign, it's hindering you from actually being able to play what you're playing.
This is a good point he's bringing up. It's absolutely right. That's a lot of the... I think that's where... I think a lot of the drama about campaign skip is misplaced, and people who, you know, say, "Oh my God, I can't believe I have to do this thing for like 8 hours now or whatever." No, it's really like if you were able to make as much currency going through the campaign again in that same 8-hour window that you could farming one of the best, you know, currency per hour farms and things like that, that would the entire like demotivation would go out the window for most people.
ARPGs for, which is loot farming. You can't loot farm in the campaign.
I think it all just comes down to perspective. I think a lot of people do play for the loot farming. I don't know. I don't though, and I do think PoE 2 has a little bit of a different audience. I mean, I do, but it's not like the primary thing. Like I'm not always just excited to get that next tank to maximize my div per hour, and I do think that there are a lot of players out there who also follow that. But they're not necessarily the people that are participating in online discussions. They're not looking up how to farm, you know, the most div per hour, how to play the most maximized build. They're just probably enjoying the game.
Brother Stash strikes again. No.
Probably enjoying the campaign and the end game. And that's why...
I guess Brother Stash is way more common now than it used to be, huh? I don't know why I'm getting up in arms about it.
I think this campaign skip discussion on almost every video I see talking about this, every Reddit thread, it's always like 90-10. Like, campaign skip. I need to get to endgame. I need to do exactly what you're saying, which is like amass wealth, make my characters.
That's crazy. That's
I have
crazy.
I have 3 videos about campaign skip on my channel. Everybody's always like at my
This
throat,
is the most active our Twitch chat has ever been, by the way.
Oh, right. Like, people are very...
Campaigns, it's a very
hyped up about
polarized
this.
topic.
But I think, Miso, I think you're totally dead on. Like, I think a lot of people really do hone in on, I just want div per hour. And you haven't even... I've never even expressed that. Like, yeah, you're not growing your character wealth, your account wealth. You're just growing your character's power in the way, you know, the game is kind of meant to be played. Like, you're like playing the game. You're not playing the game to farm currency to then buy items to make your character stronger or whatever, or craft items. You're literally like most of the time just using the resources at your disposal, which is like, you know, like SSF. It's like what you said.
Yeah.
A lot of people like the game like that.
That's why I think SSF, like, that's why I don't think SSF players care as much about a campaign skip.
Right.
But trade kit players do. I think the people
Even as someone, I'm a trade player who likes making currency, and like, to counter your point, right, where like the campaign skip lets somebody go from like doing one farm to the next. Like, as somebody who maybe wants to specialize in delve, I like the idea that I have to start my character and invest into it and build it up from the day one to be that delve farmer. And
but you have the time to do that
to get into that farm.
You have the time to do it.
Tough shit. Tough shit. If you only have 2 hours to play a week, you don't get to enjoy the game.
I want to hear what you guys think of this. Like, this is a different topic, but it's along the same lines. One thing that I'm the most excited about, because I care a lot about div per hour next league, is I am going to be banking on... Or actually, no, I can just use this past league as an example. So one of the things I was looking forward to this league was making this character, this bow character, that, you know, most people would think of, oh, like Legion Farmer or what, etc. Making it highly viable for getting into nightmare maps and boss rushing and making a bunch of currency that way. I put a lot of chips, so to speak, on the opportunity and you know, the opportunity to make a bunch of currency by boss rushing and thinking that that would be a good way to make currency. It turns out this league, at league start, boss rushing was very lucrative in nightmare maps. At certain points with certain versions of the strat, it appeared to be the best thing you could possibly do at that time. Up until the point when you had like mirror tier gear anyway. And I relished in that. I loved the fact that that was actually the case. And that's why I spent like the whole first 2 weeks basically in boss rushing mode. And that was really fun. I felt like I was participating in a certain exclusivity that other players didn't have access to, you know, because they were doing, you know, they had characters that were made for different things that weren't as good. Maybe they were good at bossing, but they weren't very fast, so they weren't going to do like nightmare bossing. Maybe they were doing like uber bossing. Maybe they were really super fast, but couldn't like have good single target, like Deadeyes, for example. And I knew the character I had was going to be uniquely well tailored for all that. And it worked out really well for me, this league. I got my headhunter faster than I've ever gotten it before, ever, by day 3. I mean, that may not be fast for you guys, but the fastest I ever got a headhunter, I think, before was like day 5 of a league. Pretty sure. And this league was day 3. That's like a massive jump. So kind of similarly, next league, I'm anticipating that the temple will still be really good, and a lot of people won't do it. But in order for you to find out if it's going to be any good, and if you want to be one of the first people to find out, you have to take the chance to start building it up from scratch. And there's going to be some risk involved. But the level of exclusivity that those players will have, those who like just immediately hit the ground running by farming a temple, we're going to be in such an unbelievably good spot, like early on in the league, that it's going to like piss a ton of people off. If the temple is still really, really good, it's going to piss a lot of people off because they're going to want to like, it'll be more than just, oh, I don't have a character that's designed to do this thing. It'll be like, oh my god, you mean, look at these people, they already have their temples done. I would have to start from scratch and do this from nothing. Oh my god, like, I can't believe I have to make this temple again. This is going to take me like 72 playing hours to even get to a point where I'm making currency. Like, there's going to be so many people who are like that. And I'll be honest with you guys, I will absolutely relish in the fact that, like, what that's going to do is it's going to, like, going to put me in an even more favorable position, and a lot of people have to make some hard choices, and a lot of people, even more people, will steer away from doing it, which will allow that exclusivity ride out even longer than it would have conventionally. But at the same time, I could be totally wrong, and the temple's a waste of time, and it's just really bad, and then it's like, well, I guess that sucks, you know. Spent a lot of time doing that. So, you know, it's not like it doesn't come without risk, but I find that all to be very compelling. Like, you make these choices and you kind of have to deal with them, even from like maximal motivation through currency per hour. Like, with that mindset, like, it's still, I don't know, I find it pretty compelling. It's not exactly talking about campaign skip or anything, but it's kind of a similar avenue, I guess. What? Four Brothers stash again? Yeah, the temple deserves to be good, given that it takes all that time to set up. I mean, the temple basically has to be decent because it has specific, very powerful specific currency. So unless they neuter the mechanics of like Val cultivation orbs and things like that, it'll still be really, really good. And I do expect this to not have a +4 all skill Vertex helmet next league. That's probably not going to exist. But, you know. We'll see. Is Temple not balanced now? It takes like a week to set up. I mean, you could make an argument that it's kind of balanced based on, you know, the insane amount of time it takes to set up. I think it's unreasonably, like, lopsided in terms of, like, its power and the time it takes to set it up. I think it takes too much time to set up and it's too powerful. I think most people probably feel that way. And I think that especially if I feel that way as somebody who's like really happy about all of that, then I think the vast majority of people would feel that way. Because I'm somebody who would feel the most kind towards the idea of a mechanic being absurdly, having an absurdly high bar of getting into, a time investment required to get like insane amount of value out of it in the end, but only if you put in that extreme amount of time. I'm very warm to that idea, and even I think it's just ridiculous. It's too much. Not because I'm lazy or anything. I'm totally down and fine to do that. I had a temple that was, I tried to set up the most difficult temple ever, and then I bricked it for in a way that wasn't really even my fault, or at least, based on my understanding of the mechanics, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't like a stupid mistake that I made. But even after that, I was like, okay, fine, build it again. And then I had a minor brick later after the fact, and I rebuilt it up yet again. So there are some people who are willing to put up with a disgustingly amount of time investment and setback and still take it all the way. But that's not most people. Most people are not going to put up with that. Still, I love the fact that something like that exists, and I think it should continue to exist, just be toned down a little bit. I came out with a video on all the different ways that I think the temple would be better. You guys can check it out if you want. It's a video from a month or two ago. The biggest one is the temple should be shrunk from like a 9x9 to like 7x7 or something. That would really make it a lot better overall. Yeah, non-tech temples are still right, but like a lot of people would say, trying to go fill out a 9x9 non-tech temple, even if it's not the most efficient one ever, is still like an extremely painful, takes many hours to do. Right, like there's still a lot of people who would say that. Low-key, I would like to see them remove all that sort of illegal connection tech. Like, I could go both ways on that. I kind of hope it doesn't get removed. Like, on the most personal, shallow level, I hope it stays. But, like, in terms of, like, what I think is best for the game, like, I think they should get rid of it.
Game like Fubgun does. Like, I am so sorry. And I promise you, these people that are complaining about not being able to keep up with these farms, that campaign skip is not going to suddenly make them, like, that 8 hours they saved, they're not suddenly like, I'm at Fubgun's level, mirrors, baby. Like, it's not going to close that gap at all. It's going to let them play a second character, but just level it.
The thing is, they're not expecting to be at that. They just want to have that end game loop where they're able to actually farm for currency, like I said. Because you're just not able to do it in the campaign.
Play a good league starter, man, that can play that.
Okay, that was another point I wanted to bring up.
Off-meta builds that can do everything.
Quad Sephiroth makes an appearance again. Hey, that's actually one on the list. Oh my god, I can update the overlay. Holy.
That's not the world we live in. I don't know.
That's another point I wanted to bring up too. Like, because I understand that. I think a lot of people will come in and say stuff like, oh, well, I need to level a new character because my current character is crap for the League mechanic. It's not like we're locked into, like, our builds in this game, I feel like. Like, we can swap ascendancies, we can swap the skills we use. Like, a lot of skills are viable on a lot of different...
There we go. This is what I was saying earlier. Like, you know, even if you have chosen a specific build, you can still do a lot of changes to it within the confines of, you know, where the pathing allows you to take from that starting point and 3 different ascendancies, yeah, all that.
Different ascendancies. So there, like, are other solutions besides starting from square zero. It's not like a hardcore game or like 0.1 during those first few levels.
Not like Diablo 2, where, you know, vanilla Diablo 2, where you literally can't respec anything.
Like, you know, initial updates where it was,
oh, you don't like Frozen Orb with this specific bonus, like, what is it, like Frozen Orb Fireball Hybrid Sorceress? Oh, you don't like that? Too bad. You're a Frozen Orb Hybrid Fireball Sorceress for life. Like, it's not like that.
you can't change your ascendancy, screw you, you literally do have to reroll your character, right? There's a lot more freedom and less friction to change your character compared to, like, old school ARPGs like Diablo 2. Oh my god. I didn't know you couldn't change your skills. Like, you had 1 reset per difficulty. So I was like experimenting, and then I wasn't doing enough damage on my first build. I'm like, okay, I can reset, right? And I looked it up, and it's like, no, one per difficulty level. And I was like, oh, guess I got a reroll. I don't like that. That's some. I would be on the campaign skip side of or like some sort of debate at that point. Like, oh my god, that's terrible. This sucks. But yeah, it's a fun topic.
Thoughts, Rabbit?
Thoughts? I don't know. At this point, at this point, give it to us. I don't know.
Oh gosh.
I don't know if it stops this fucking topic. I don't know. What do you guys think in the comments, chat? Do you agree? Do you think Kalturak is too emotional? Do you think Miso is based?
Oh,
do you think I ramble? Just give us your comments down in the YouTube comments. It will be
and the
fun
Spotify
to read
comments.
those. we value your opinions a lot. I think that I think to put like a bow around this a little bit. I think why this is such a divisive topic is just because what makes an RPG for me very fun is because every single person plays an ARPG differently. No matter how many hours you play, no matter how many hours you sink into not playing the game and theory crafting about the game and reading stuff about the game and watching stuff about the game and enveloping yourself into the theory craft and everything, or just straight up blasting the game or whatever. There's not a person. Every ARPG player is like a snowflake. Every single person plays the game
we're all
differently.
For sure.
And this is why this topic and some topics like this are so divisive. It's because there is no solution for everyone. You will always have the Kalturaks that say, no, doesn't work because I don't want it, because I want the game to be structured like this. And then you have I wouldn't even say Misos because I think...
No, the Misos. He was diehard for this. He wants it more than anybody.
Like, I understand it. It's just like... to me, the most important thing is the game needs to be fun for as many people as possible. And I don't care... As long as something isn't unfun to me and makes me not want to play the game, I don't know. That's good with me. I can personally, just from my personal experience, I can even make compromises on stuff that I maybe think is not that fun, but the consensus is we want that. I'm okay with that. So, yeah, I think it's funny to have a topic this divisive, which is basically is never gonna happen. And this is what an off-season Theory 2 podcast
this is the
like,
deep
everyone.
off-season.
So yeah, boom, there we go.
There it is.
I predict there will be some form of campaign skip at some point in this game. I think there will be some form of it. I think they'll do it in an intelligent way. I think it'll be after, you know, well after 0.1 or 1.0. It'll probably be something that happened to like 2.0 or something like that. Yeah, like way into the future.
Nice wrapping.
I don't know.
Okay. No other final thoughts on this topic before we move on to Trice topic?
All right, I have one final thought. So we were talking about alternatives to campaign. I was thinking they're going to remove the interludes, I think is their plan. What would you guys think?
100%.
Because is it the repetition of the campaign and like how you have to click through dialogue
Yeah, I thought the segment was over, but there's actually still 6 minutes left.
and people don't like that? Because if that's the case, like, what if they added like 20 interludes to the game? Very little story. It's encounter after encounter, and you could just pick 10 to do instead of doing the campaign to get to endgame. It'd be about the same length, but you could change it up every league. It could have a bit of variety. It's constant action. You're not going through, I don't know, the same story and over. Because I don't. It's
actually an interesting idea since they've already kind of done that. Could see that as being an initial test phase for an idea like that. I specifically like what you said, where you could kind of switch it up and do different ones each time. The problem is, obviously, certain interludes will be faster than others, and guess what? We're going to do the fastest ones. That's all there is to it.
If it's the time thing for people, like after, it would be like kind of like Diablo 4, I assume, for like everybody, especially if you're in trade. Because if you play the campaign one time, and then every subsequent time you can just skip to level 70 or whatever, like the campaign would like die. Like, would people play it except for the people who like truly enjoy it, and then they'd be handicapping themselves and everything? Like, I guess I don't know like what the solutions would be, you know? But I like the interludes and I don't want them to go, so I thought that would be a cool little compromise.
Well, interludes are gonna go though, because they always said it was just a placeholder for 5 and 6 anyways.
But they're so cool. I love them.
It's funny because I feel like most people don't share that. I feel like most people think the interludes are kind of like a waste of time right now. Like the first time around, it was kind of cool, but then like I think at this point people just see it again. It's a barrier to them getting to the end game, right? Because you in your mind you're like axe should be the end, and now you got this interlude thing. It's like another barrier for me to get to the end game, and that's why a lot of people don't like the interludes.
They're not gonna like they're not gonna like Act 5 and 6 then. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be a new barrier. Or happen.
The reason why
I'm not gonna be sad about losing Asmadi. Fuck Asmadi.
Oh, you don't like
I
him?
like
Well,
that fight.
he's gonna be in the game, but just
Yeah, he's still
you
gonna be the
know,
lineage boss, but
He's got Garricon's resolve. He's hiding it.
So just a few points that I didn't bring up earlier, but why I wouldn't like your specific implementation for the like a campaign alternative is one, that's just development resources. There's just so much unfinished shit right now. Like maybe 2 years down the line, sure, like we have the development time there for that. But the other thing is like anytime there are these alternative leveling things, like which one is the most efficient? That's what everyone's going to flock to. So if this one shaves an hour off of the 1 to 70, it doesn't matter if it's more fun, less fun. That's what like everyone ends up doing. That's what happens with Diablo 4, I believe, and Diablo 3 back in the day. It was just like whatever the best leveling thing was, it wasn't the campaign. It was always one of the alternative leveling methods. It was just the fastest. So that would be my like. There's no in an ideal world, GGG has multiple alternative leveling things, and like you know they're all equally balanced, but would that happen in practice? I don't know.
I have one more thing as well, which we haven't really mentioned. Asuna, who is doing like all of the mapping stuff for PvE2, has confirmed like multiple times now that
Said, I think they want to capture people who haven't tried to play PoE1 but want to play a hard ARPG. Make sure the Souls game genre important on Born Infinite. Yeah, the timing of the Souls genre. and like, you know, how all that became so popular at once probably did. I mean, it didn't probably. It definitely reshaped, I would say, the way they wanted to design boss fights. I don't think GGG would put anywhere near as much time and effort into boss fights if that whole phenomenon hadn't taken place at the timing it did. I wonder if, like, the game had come out a couple years earlier, people would have been more receiving towards that whole idea of, like, boss fight being, like, this grueling thing you gotta do.
Over 30 zones are being adjusted in 0.5. And I think that is a huge part of why campaign does feel like a slog sometimes. And I, like, even saying what I'm saying just now, I fully understand the arguments being made about campaign feeling like a slog sometimes. Yes. And I don't even think, and I don't even think Cal is not saying that. I just think we need to chill a little bit before we jump to we're skipping a beat. We're jumping to the conclusion being campaign skip. Well, I think there might be much more chill, much more good options. And if there's a lot of zones being reworked, I think that's already going to be like a big plus. If they make sure that some of the let's say you're going into Act 3 and the Drowned City isn't as bad as it is now, and you shave off like 10 to 15 minutes just off this one map alone, that's already gonna feel so much better if that happens to a lot of zones. So I think we just chill, we wait a little bit. There is reworks coming in 0.5. It was confirmed, like in the campaign codex Discord, everything. So yeah, that's
delete waterways. You heard it here first. Delete waterways.
If all acts are out and it's even worse or even as bad as it is now, with some of the zones feeling this slow and this bad, I'm down to discuss it again. For sure. I think that needs to happen first, though.
We don't have Act 5 and 6 yet. It's supposed to be 6 acts total, right? Wait, they've confirmed 5 and 6. 6 is the finale.
Yeah, and Act 6 is supposed to be like half the size of the other acts.
Interesting. So it's like a finale act.
Yeah, of like a constant race of action.
See, we got the confirmation right now in chat, just so you know. I didn't even know they were here. So
yeah, Suna's been lurking.
Yeah. I can't say what area specifically, but it's many.
All of Act 3.
I'm not saying like there's like a... Okay, wait, that's... I rest my case.
You good, Miso? Any final thoughts?
No, I mean, like that. I don't really have any strong opinions about it because personally, it's not a problem that affects me. So whatever happens, hey, I don't really care. But I just wanted to throw it out there as a debate topic because I do think it is interesting, and I think a lot of people are on like very different sides of the coin.
Clearly, yeah. Cool. All right, Try. So you proposed this topic. I want you to kind of set the premise of it, because yeah,
Crap.
Go for it, man.
What was the topic?
All right. Looks like they finally got done yapping about that. Yeah, I'm glad they brought that up. That's obviously it hits. Those of you in the PoE 1 only community who don't really care about PoE 2 may not know that this is such an issue. A lot of players in PoE 2 don't like how, again, combination of like big zones combined with like weaker starting characters combined with most of all lower or a knowledge gap that hasn't yet come to pass through players having played this game for years and years and years. PoE 2, the new game. This results in people taking, like, generally speaking, like at least twice as much time, spending at least twice as much time in PoE 2 campaign as they do in PoE 1. Wait, was that an operative box? I didn't even roll. And so this has been like a big topic of debate. Oh my god, 2 containment scarabs. What? Big topic of debate, yeah. In the PoE 2 community is Not so much specifically about campaign skips, but just recognizing there's an issue with how long the campaign takes. And I kind of alluded to this earlier. I think part of that is a bit misplaced, and people just need to, they just don't know the min-max methods yet. Like, nobody does, even the min-maxers. Still a lot to learn. Everybody's got a lot to learn on that. So it'll naturally get better. GG will also continue working on the zones as they're doing this time around again. Making them a little faster. We also had an introduction of sprint as a mechanic. That was a huge increase in overall speed, for sure. I haven't heard hardly anybody talk about how much they hate the sprint mechanic and wished it never was implemented. I haven't heard anybody say that, so I would think, there's a lot of different angles to tackling this problem. What the heck, dude? Can you please show the maps for this strat? 16.5. There's no reason to do 16.5 for this strat. Those percent more rolls don't mean anything for the scarabs out of operative boxes, the divination cards, anything like that. But you do want full mirage maps. Alright, well maybe someday they'll remove the penalty for sprinting. But I mean, for now, it's supposed to be a high-risk, high-reward maneuver. You're supposed to get stunned if you get hit. They did make it smoother for like rounding around corners and stuff. That was kind of annoying, sure. Getting stunned by running into a wall because you can't turn worth a damn. Unless you're Pathfinder. Well, hey, at least they got everybody off riding the road dick, right? So I'll call that I'll take the W where I can. That thing's so dumb. I'm gonna count the containment scarabs now. So we're over halfway done, just over halfway done with this. 51 maps ran. Yeah, enter another map. Now check. What's the next topic they talk about anyway? I might listen to the rest of this. Did PoE 2 shift too much? Oh yeah. I do want to hear about that. I haven't listened to this yet. Guys, do you think PoE 2 shift too much towards, rah, speed, efficiency, away from its original vision, slower, more methodical, to just being a PoE 1 all over again, with a soft reset on the way currency works and stuff? Give me your thoughts before we tackle this next section, which is not quite as long as the previous section, at least. Wait, no, it's almost exactly the same length. Oh no. It's like 38 minutes long. Ah. Oh no. "36 containment scarabs. I got 300 divines worth of loot. The game has so much less need for damage defense scaling. You invest in speed everywhere you can. Okay. I kind of see where you're coming from. But build diversity. That allows for more build diversity. It's the anti-build diversity argument. The fact that you have the luxury to care less about defense and damage means you can actually have diverse builds, which is represented in PoE 2 quite well right now, actually. I certainly don't think the gameplay is too slow. I mean, I also agree with you in the sense that, like, I definitely prioritize speed in a massive way. I don't, like, go all in, lose my mind over it, sort of thing, but I'd prioritize speed in a pretty big way. Twister. And one of the reasons why Twisters is one of the best builds in the game is because it happens to be paired with a weapon swap set system with Whirling Slash that can be oriented towards just maximizing speed as much as possible. And if that didn't exist, it would dramatically lower how strong Twister is as a build. Even though it doesn't directly have anything to do with Twister, you know. It's Whirling Slash, it's just like sister component skill. Yeah, I personally enjoy PoE 2, Spooky says, because it's not a clusterfuck of bazillion defenses types to solve. Okay, yep. That's fair take on it. Alright, well, let's give it a listen and see what they say.
I don't have the show notes up right now.
Did PoE 2 change too fast? In 0.1?
Yeah. So I want everybody to go back to the early days of Path of Exile 2. We all played 0.1. I kind of had this thought after I played the normal difficulty of Diablo 2, and then PoE 1, blasting it after.
Sorry, cut. Sorry. That's the furthest you've gotten in Diablo 2. You've never finished Hell.
No, because I never played it when I was a kid. I was playing through it really casually. Like, it took me like 9 hours to do normal. And then the PoE 1 season came out. So I started playing PoE 1. And now I'm playing No Rest for the Wicked. But I will go through and I will beat Nightmare and Hell. Or I'll try to. Apparently they're ridiculously tough. So I'm
Nightmare is the easiest. Nightmare is the easiest.
Oh, because it's like a victory lap, like kind of like interludes or whatever in PoE 2?
Yeah.
It's like...
Yeah.
Okay. And then Hell is like...
Nightmare is by far the easiest. Hell can get tricky. Not this season, though, because of Warlock. If you just play any of the two Warlock builds...
That was the other thing. I feel like I should go back and play an OG class. But I wasn't looking up any builds for Warlock. Obviously very strong. You can basically just cobble something together and make it work. But I originally played a Druid, and I went Maul, and I got hard stuck. That was the character I wanted to reset.
52 card, nothing.
So I feel like I should play. I've been told that Amazon has a lot of viable stuff, or Paladin. So like I should go Paladin or Amazon. That's one of the OG classes, and try to go all the way through on that. And that has like a really good.
Amazon is pretty tough in Hell, but
Amazon's tough. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
sorry.
I will.
Sorry, derail.
Anyway, no. So went back. I played PoE 1 after obviously playing a lot of 0.4. Kind of reflecting recently. Back to the...
How are you today? Doing good. Doing good. We're listening to the podcast, somewhat recent podcast about PoE 2 gamer preferences, I guess we'll call it.
The first couple days of 0.1 with Path of Exile 2, and I remember there was a lot of change that occurred based on immediate player feedback. Particularly, the example I used in my recent discussion about it was like loot. You know, like I remember in Act 1, Act 2, like I was at the end of Act 1. I don't think I had any rings. I had like an amulet. I think I had one rare item when I was fighting Geonor in 0.1. And I really liked that like experience of not being fully geared out in rares. It was kind of like a trudge through. It felt a lot like Diablo 2 in normal, right? Because in Diablo 2, I think I had one rare drop, or 4 rares drop, one that I could actually use. I had like no rings. I had an amulet. Like it was kind of the same sort of thing. It was very interesting, and I liked that gearing process. Obviously, with Path of Exile 2, a lot of people were like, no rares are dropping from bosses. Like characters are so weak. Monsters are too strong. You know, I'm getting surrounded by monsters. This is bad, bad, bad. And GGG made a lot of rapid fire changes in response to that fundamentally changed the game. You know, very quickly after that, you kill a boss in Act 1, Act 2, a rare items just explode. You know, there's multiple rare items. Now you're showered in rare items. They're not rare anymore. Like I experienced in Diablo 2, they were actually rare. And I don't know, it got me thinking, like, they've got these 2 ARPGs. PoE 1 is full into the loot bomb fantasy, that kind of like...
Kind of weird because you guys might remember Talkative Try quit PoE 2 prematurely last league because he felt like he wasn't getting any loot to drop for his bear druid. And he eventually came back, was gifted a bunch of loot from his, family or whatever. And then he suddenly enjoyed the game. Immaculate game, amazing, best game ever kind of attitude about it. That's what loot will do for you. Yeah. You have it, you love it. When you don't have it, you hate it. Kind of.
Miso was talking about, where you're chasing currency, you're chasing loot. If you don't have the filter on to like Uber...
He's a rage baiter? I don't think he's a rage... I don't think he's like a dishonest rage baiter or something. I do think he allows himself to tap into things that he knows will be controversial without like holding back, without like any sort of like temperance about it. Very emotionally, allowing it to be emotionally charged. That's what I actually think.
We're strict by like level 75. There's items all over your screen. You're seeing more item tags than monsters and everything. That's awesome. Lean into that for Path of Exile 1. I enjoyed it for 2 weeks a lot. With Path of Exile 2, I think they were obviously trying to go for something a little bit more old school, a little less blasty, a little less loot bursting on your screens, all this stuff. But they quickly made all the changes very fast because a lot of people, especially people who really liked Path of Exile 1, were very loud with feedback and grinding your games. Immediately made changes. Like that first week, I went back.
That's true. It was about the trade
That's when they
issue,
implemented a lot of these huge changes. And
that's a personal handicap you put on yourself. You don't have to do that.
I feel like maybe they pulled the trigger too fast. And I feel like they should have kind of let it kind of evolve over time. Maybe give it a couple more weeks, kind of see how people responded, changed their approaches, kind of saw, okay, so this isn't Path of Exile 1, this is Path of Exile 2, it's different. Maybe this is why they split it out from Path of Exile 1 and didn't, have the same game, right? I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Do you think I'm crazy? Because I've been talking about this to some people, and they're like, you're taking crazy pills. But I'm like, they have 2 separate teams now. They have 2 games that are converging instead of diverging. What's going on here? Like, I don't think that's the best approach. So, what do you guys think?
I think you're on crazy pills. I think, I personally feel like they don't patch the game near enough. Like, I'm constantly the one on this podcast, like, we need more updates. They need to be changing this game more. It is in early access. There's, like, clear, obvious things that should be changed. In regards to what you're saying, I would have to go back and look at those week 1 changes specifically. But, like, when I think of the state of loot, I think...
Is it bad that overall, in terms of, like, the opinions that all 4 of these players have, because they're all 4 different players, I find myself being most closely aligned with Caltrack over the other 3, with generally overall like the takes he has. I like them best.
That the state of ground loot is actually trash. Like most of the rares you're getting in the campaign isn't good, and that could be changed by, you know, more patches.
Right. And to clarify my take here, I don't mean the frequency of patches is too much. I mean they moved away from their original concept of the game, being like, I guess if we want to say like more old school, less like PoE 1 and more like a new evolution of the game where it's not the loot bombs constantly, too fast essentially, like with those loot changes and with like the monster changes in 0.2, where a lot of bosses got weaker, a lot of monsters were weakened as well, like their abilities were slowed down. So everything, like in PoE 1, I feel like you're zooming by the time you get Leap Slam. Like Leap Slam, Frost Blink, you're just zooming, blowing up everything. I feel like you kind of get that feel in PoE 2 already, and we are 1 year of patches into the game, not 14. And I feel like the power creep is already crazy, you know? And I just thought it was going to be a little slower, right? That's what I kind of mean. I get what you're saying. Like, you want them to patch it constantly and be changing the game.
Yeah, I think he's kind of the worst defender of the opinions I agree with so far. Okay. Yeah, like even when he went off on his most infamous moment with the tourist thing, it's not like I disagreed with him. When he was saying everything he was saying. Like, you know, in my heart of hearts, I was like, yeah, that's probably the most indelicate way you could possibly say that, but yeah, I agree. Basically, actually, I can't really even remember what it was exactly, so I might be misspeaking, but I remember I wasn't terribly offended by what he was saying at the time. I know that much.
I'm talking about something different.
It's so hard to say because we've played.
Look at that. We got Mad Lad. Item level 84 adds 3 passive skills, 6% increased mana reservation versus their skills. That's the #1 cluster in the game right now. It's worth only 2 divine. Gone down in value a bit, but that's still 2 divine. 2 divine drop. Good. Count it.
Played the game so many times in the current iteration that it's hard to even remember how the game was like in 0.1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have to see the patch notes that were specifically.
Well, it's not even just like patch notes; it's about like how the game felt, like how the game felt to play before they had this. Because like on one hand, we always say like we need more resources to craft. We need more like regals. We need more stuff to be able to like, you know, craft during the campaign, because it feels like, you know, you're better just off saving your orbs for the end game and just trade them, right? And on the other hand, and in 0.1, like people were saying, like you probably got like 1 exalt in the entire campaign. So it's like you basically weren't crafting, and that was kind of their vision too, right? They talked about like, hey, you're gonna be crafting constantly as you're going through the game. You're gonna be throwing these orbs onto your thing. So like on that aspect, I do think that it's closer to their vision about how the campaign be played. That you're constantly just like picking up loot on the ground, throwing orbs onto it. On the other hand, it's with the loot explosion stuff. And I don't necessarily think that there is that in campaign, but it is true that we are getting a lot more rares and stuff in the campaign. And I do feel like the campaign has gotten easier over time. I don't know if that's because I've gone through it so many times that I just know all these fights on the back of my hand.
I think it's both. It's both. Like, because they, like, for example, like Geonor. Obviously, we've gotten better. They also slowed down the speed of all of his abilities. They lowered the damage of everything. Like, he's no longer that great filter where you will either bash your head against him, as I saw so many, you know, veteran PoE 1 players do for hours when they first encountered him in 0.1 and in 0.2 because they refused to die.
Animation stuff I'm doing Mirage Map, Containment, Dele Astrolabe, Scarab Chisel. Never invested into a map like this. It shouldn't be much incentive to do Scarab Chisels because that doesn't affect the scarabs out of the boxes, for the record. But other than that, sounds fine.
They refused to like go get a sapphire charm and stuff like that. They were just like playing it kind of like PoE1, right? Versus like new players who are like, okay, I'm dying here. Okay, maybe I should go back. Maybe I need to like check the shops, get a rare item, try to, you know, dodge out of the abilities, watch the abilities, like engage with it, right? I feel like it's a mixture of both. And I feel like GGG has kind of given in to making the game a lot easier, excuse the word, a lot more brainless, right? In the campaign. It's not just that we got better. I get that we got better. Of course we did. Like, I know all the moves inside and out. But still, like, they have made the game so much.
I'll get to try as pro now. You heard it. You heard it here first. Pro gamer. He's pro gamer now, guys. He just admitted it. Ready for next league. I'm doing whatever he's doing.
Much easier, and they've increased our character power. Like, I just feel like that, like you said, Miso, that wasn't the OG vision. It was supposed to be a lot more methodical. And that's what I experienced like in the campaign. And then that's why it was like Whiplash 2 in 0.1 when I got to the end game, and it was completely different, right? Like, do you guys remember that? Like playing through the campaign, going through what was it? Cruel? Whatever, Ruthless Cruel. And it was like a lot faster. It was very different. And then you get to end game, and it is nothing like the campaign. And I always thought, okay, so we're going to go more toward the campaign style. And then you eventually progress to becoming a god after a good chunk of playing in the end game and moving your character's power. But instead it yo-yoed toward being more like the end game in the campaign and giving you more power and making monsters weaker and giving you more resources and giving you more items and everything. I don't know. I just feel like it's very similar to PoE1, and in a year's time from now, like when you give all this player power to people, especially a community as vocal as this one, you can't take it away. You can't take it away. It's like not going to change. So this is almost like a losing argument, but it's like a cool, you know, thing to think about, in my opinion.
I honestly don't even think it's like near as bad as you're making it out to be. Like, I feel like you're underestimating how much like your compounding knowledge and skill of this game has made the game easier. Yes, they've nerfed stuff to this point, but like my experiences in the game right now are 10 times easier and faster, not because of the changes they've made, because I'm 10 times better of a player. Like you get a new player.
Yeah, I mean, well, another example of me agreeing with Kaltrak a lot. I definitely think that's true. A lot of people dramatically underestimating the difference in their own skill when they're trying to think of this. I mean, my first real build of 0.1 was Flicker Strike, Flicker Warp build. Really cool concept. But, yeah, I remember, like, the type of gear that I had. But, I mean, I don't know, like, my gear was really bad. Partially because I didn't understand as good how to get the, like exactly understand the best pieces of gear for what I would use, but I have a pretty foundationally good understanding about the game and, you know, what kind of stats I care about. Crafting a perfect quarterstaff back in the day was like not even possible. Like not even possible in 0.1. So one aspect of how we've gotten a whole bunch better is the game's balance, actually, around how accessible good gear is. That's actually probably the most underappreciated aspect of how we've gotten better. It's not just our own skill level. It's not just the monsters are easier or, you know, we're fast or whatever. It's our own gear has gotten like way better than it used to be.
Player to go through Geonor right now who has not played him before, they're not going to one-shot him. They're going to have the experience you just described. They're going to die to him. If they're not following a build guide,
they might. They might have a full set of.
Sure, but if you're playing a mace skill, like, are you playing something like if you're just blind going into this game, you're not going to one-shot him.
You might have a full set of rare items, tons of like cold because you got like 4 or 5 mod items. Any decent mace, you can auto attack the dude down.
But you're not describing it in like the first time playthrough. You went into Geonor on your first time with tons of cold resist.
No, because I didn't have access to rare items. What I'm saying is you are showered in currency. You are showered in rare items. You have the shops that you're pushed to now. They have rare items very explicitly in them. You have the gambling system, which is very much available. You have buffs
New players
across
aren't
the board.
shopping, man. Like your first time playthrough, people aren't going and gambling.
I think a lot of like new players actually go to the shop from what I've like talked to, like more than like PoE 1 players, because they were like, yeah, dude, the merchants are gonna have have the gear. But I get what you're saying though. Like I do. I know that it is partially skill improvement, but after reflecting on it, I really think they've just kind of made the game brainless. I think that's like the word that's the word that comes to mind, like the campaign.
I mean, in the end, it doesn't really matter like from what point of like contention you really argue this point, because in the end it needs to be balanced towards the veteran player and the new player. There needs to be a tightrope always there. It's always going to be like, especially in campaign or whatever it is, end game, campaign, whatever it is, the game always needs to be balanced both for the person who plays it for the first time and the person who plays it 12 hours a day. So there's always going to be discrepancies in what they feel like. I do feel like as someone who I would describe myself as a veteran, I'm not affected by, but I still like as a change is that I do feel like when I see newer people playing at least Act 1 and 2, where the player onboarding is happening and where a new player gets introduced to a game, I do like that they have reduced a little bit of the frustration aspects of it, because I have seen, I don't know, I like just the other day, like a week or two ago, I think Soda Poppin' or something was sponsored in like 0.1 or 0.2. Soda Poppin' was sponsored to play PoE 2, I think, for like a sponsored segment of 3 hours or whatever. And he barely got through the 3 hours because he wanted to quit right then and there. I think that was doing 0.1. And I would describe, like, I don't know, I don't watch many streams, but I would think Soda Poppin' is someone who plays video games a lot, I would think. And I wouldn't think that.
I mean, it could just be that I don't know Soda Poppin', like, never watched the stream before. I know of him. Could just be that he doesn't like ARPGs. Like, he just doesn't like the genre. If I tried to play a first-person shooter for 3 hours suddenly out of the blue, I would not. I'd want to stop after 3 hours for sure. I don't play that genre anymore, so.
That he has like 2 left hands or whatever. He was like ready to quit right then and there because Act 1 was so fucking frustrating, because he was starving for loot and the
Oh, he does play PoE? Okay. I didn't know that. I mean, I don't know what. I was just spitballing without knowing that he liked PoE in general.
And the bosses, even the Freythorn boss, like he even died like 8 times on Beira. I do think a new player who gets onboarded onto the game shouldn't have experiences like that and being like, oh fuck this game, because there's a chance that those players might never come back. And as someone who loves this game so much, I think I want as many people as possible to come in here. I think at that point though, once you're onboarded, even as a new player, then the challenge needs to start ramping up, because it should never be like just you can do whatever you want. At least from my perspective, there needs to be a challenge to have someone like me feel engaged in the game. That's at least how I feel about a game. A game needs at least it needs to be engaging at some point. If I then in endgame choose to do a lazy playstyle and do this brain off farming, that's good. But up until that point, I want to be engaged. Miso, yes.
Yeah. So I have 2 things on my mind. First off, the first thing in my mind is that with the loot drops, it's very interesting because loot is so powerful.
Whoa. Zan says, I'm in my 50s and I've walked all 5 of my children through playing PoE. Trust me, most of what these guys talk about is rubbish. Just try teaching someone, even with your experience, what that's brand new. Watch their learning curve and you will have massively different point of view. Yeah. Wait, are your kids even adults though? They might be like. Do your kids have fully developed? Well, not fully developed, but mostly developed frontal lobes. If they're like little wee kids, maybe they struggle. Youngest is 18. Okay, then yeah. That's cool. Thanks for sharing that, by the way. I mean, I'm a teacher. I teach kids English in Japan, and a lot of them, their starting point is damn near 0. So I do have some appreciation for trying to teach somebody who's like got no reference at all. I'm gonna see that. Crafting is so complicated. I'm glad I took people's advice and crafted my gear instead of buying. It is a very fulfilling experience learning how to craft in these games. It can be daunting for sure. And there will always be a moment where you're like super mad at yourself because you find out after the fact that you wasted a shit ton of currency trying to craft something the hard way when there was an easier, much easier way. And then you're like, dude, I've been profit crafting these items for like the past 3 weeks. And then you find out that you were like, your margins were absolutely terrible compared to what they would have been if you just used a slightly different method. That's always fun. Dang it.
In Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1, and you...
Man. What? We got some real... We got some actual unironic dad gamers in chat here.
Getting a really powerful piece of gear can just make, you know, that entire act and maybe another act pretty much, you know, completely easy, right? It's completely trivial. So, in essence, the variance of experience for the player is a little more consistent now compared to before. Because if you were that player that got that super, super good drop, you were cruising through. But the likelihood of you being that player and being the player that gets nothing is just, in terms of variance, much higher. Like, it's much easier to be that player that doesn't get anything versus, like, the guy who gets something. So it's like, less people are able to experience that, like, hey, this feels really good, right? So in that sense, it's good to have more rolls of the slot machine to be able to get a more consistent experience across players. But on the other hand, I just keep thinking about this thing where it's like, oh, Soda Poppin was like, drop the game because it was so frustrating, right? But like, people playing Dark Souls, which this game was supposed to be more Souls-like, right? They run into Margit really early into the game, and I remember playing Dark Souls, and I slammed my head against Margit for maybe like 4 hours before I killed her, because I didn't want to go and like level up and like grind for more gear, and that was fun. So it's like, at what point, like, how is a game like Dark Souls able to exist and able, like Elden Ring or something like that, right? Able to exist. Sorry, not Dark Souls, so Souls-like. Elden Ring able to exist and have such a hardcore fan, like such a huge audience base that does have so many of these situations that like you're like, oh my god, I just keep dying over and over and over and over again without having the player feel discouraged and leaving the game.
I've always hated the comparison between PoE 2 and Souls-likes. Like, I think, like, you can't even compare the genres. Like, PoE 2, no matter how hard the bosses get, like, the ultimate goal of PoE 2 is either you're an economy-based player or you're making a fun build. In Elden Ring and Souls-like games, like, that's not the whole game. The whole game is trying to overcome these bosses, and the build is kind of the side thing. So, like, they're almost complete. Like, I've always hated the comparison between PoE 2 and Souls-like. It has never felt like a Souls-like to me. Period. But I just want to finish, like, I just want to add one point to the loot explosion stuff. Like, Rabbit, I want to use him as a reference. He just did his first solo self-found hardcore playthroughs, and on his first run, he was stuck with a wand from Act 1 all the way until Act 4. So, like, as abundance as loot is, it really isn't, like, shitting out rares that are, like, good all the time. And Rabbit is someone who was checking vendors and gambling for wands. New players aren't doing that, so... Like, I agree with you that maybe, like, if the conversation is, did they nerf stuff too fast? Potentially. But is loot part of the problem?
Talkative Tribe barely talked at all in this podcast. Those other three guys just Going on and on and on.
I honestly don't think the changes to loot were a negative at all. Because again, Rabbit is a sweat, and he literally just had like you use like Act 1 wand until Act 4, right? Like,
I finished the whole campaign on a Act 1 wand.
Yeah, you were trying. You were gambling. Like all your goals.
That's a pretty
jumping into
specific
wands.
thing. That's a pretty specific thing to wands, though, because I was playing. You need a specific wand. You don't need just any wand, and just to get that is very, very low chance. It's a pretty specific thing to casters, but also at the same time, casters have the unique ability to don't care about that and be able to finish the campaign on an Act 1 wand. So. It would just make it so much easier if you just continuously find the upgrade right away, right?
Right. So I had a quick response to Cal and Miso. I think you're right with it being so swiggy, especially with gear, like you said.
Hey Robert, how's it going? Well, we're just continuing to truck along with this farm, kind of just getting a bunch of scarabs. I feel really good about the scarab drops. And also hoping to hit the jackpot somewhere. A lot of jackpot potential with the cards. I'd say overall doing pretty poor on cards now. I haven't seen much drop today. So we'll keep going. But yeah, like the scarab drops are so ridiculous. I can't possibly not make decent currency on this farm. I don't think there's any world where I make less than 20 div an hour doing this. Like even if I don't drop a single divination card from this point on, I still probably break 20 div an hour. Like you probably make like 15 div an hour just on scarabs alone. Probably.
You know, you can find a GG item really quickly, and that person will have such a different experience from someone who's stuck with just like a magic mace with +% fizz or something. It's the only one they can find, whatever, versus someone who has a rare one with, you know, high rolls. I feel like that's also a problem with, like, we've all talked about this a lot. A lot of power is in the gear, like way too much power maybe, like with gem levels, % fizz versus deterministic places, like the tree, like your gems, all that stuff. So I think it's really tricky for GGG to find a good balance too, because like you said, they're balancing for the veteran player, for the new player, for the player who's getting, you know, a really good yellow versus, oh god, they're stuck on a magic, or they literally can't find a, you know, a good yellow to save their life. So it's a lot of different tricky balance problems there. So maybe putting more power in the tree, which everybody I think has been asking for, and a little bit less power in the items, not taking all the power away from items, because like we talked about, it is a loot-based game after all. However, on that point too, there's been like a lot of declarative statements, I feel like, with Path of Exile 2, and not Miso, Cal, you just said, you know, it's a loot game. People only care about the loot they're getting and making their character stronger, and they don't really like care about other things. I don't think that's true, and I don't think that's how like Path of Exile 2 is sold, and I don't think
that's not what I said.
people...
I said it's about making a build.
Making a build, right? Making a build.
And Elden Ring, you're not necessarily, your goal isn't making a powerful build. You know, like most builds can get through every bosses, and you can even do like, you know, block like shit weapons, no gear kills on these bosses. Right. Like that's not how you play.
I mean, you could do that. You could do that in PoE1.
You can do that, but your average player in ARPGs isn't just like, you know, a boss hunter trying.
Your average player in Elden Ring isn't going to be doing no gear, no hit runs. Either.
Right. I think like your average player in PoE2, like they want to not just play for, I feel like, the build making. They're playing for the spectacle, like the campaign. It is good. The boss fights are good. The monsters are cool. A lot of
they're
people,
completely different games from like a play style fight.
Right, but I think the goal was to cut the original goal. All right, the entire development process, and what I'm talking about was we are not remaking PoE 1. We are not making Diablo 4. We're not making Diablo. We are making the next evolution. We want to take a step up. We want to make a new type of game. We don't want to, make the game that we perfected 5 years ago, right? Because everybody feels like they perfected the loot-based isometric ARPG. We want to make something else. And I feel like, bam, within the first couple patches, that's gone out the window, essentially. That's the core of the argument. Because I don't think I'm fully on crazy pills, because a lot of people are under this perception as well. You can look at all the marketing, all the reveals, announcement from Chris, from Jonathan, from 2019 to 2025. Different game, evolution, and I feel they're converging at a rapid pace. And I just feel like that's unfortunate, As someone who loves Path of Exile 1 and plays it a ton, no-lifed it for the last 2 weeks, I just feel like that's a shame. That's it. So
I think it's also,
I don't know if we'll come to an agreement, but it was a good discussion.
I think it's also a ramp, even in a game in terms of I agree what you're saying, Cal, right? You're oh, it's about the in Elden Ring and Souls it's about the fighting and it's not really about the character building. But I feel like that's kind of the case with Path of Exile 2 as well, at least at the beginning. You don't it's same with Dark Souls, right? Or Elden Ring. You don't get your build together until you're closer to the end game. You ramp more and more and more and your build comes online. Same with Path of Exile, right? You started off the beginning. It's not like you have a build at the beginning and it goes more and more and more and more. And the beginning is about the fighting, and as you get to the end, it's it's still about the fights, but you kind of have the gear to make certain things trivial. So I think they're more similar than you think in that.
How much currency do you need to get this strat started comfortably? Well, I mean, you're guaranteed to make money every single map. I don't think you can lose money in a map because of scarab drops. I don't know, maybe 10% of maps you might be subject to losing currency on that map. But it's it's a little less than, it's less than 2 divines per map to run. So 5 to 10 divines would be enough to get started. Just buy the scarabs, 1 or 2 maps at a time. Ramp up that way if you wanted.
Aspect, and yeah, there's one more thing.
I'm not saying there's no similarities between the genres, but people have saying that what Tri just said, how GGG set out on this game to make it different. It was supposed to be I don't think that was the case. I think they were trying to make PoE 1 better, and then they realized what they had was a new game, and then they made another ARPG. I don't think GGG was trying to make the newest type of experimental game. They were trying to make another better ARPG. They
I think we got record-breaking diviner map here. I believe I got 5 divine boxes on this map. I have minimum of 4. I think I have 5. Get a decent roll. Come on. Roll 1. There we go. Let's say it's +1 chest. Yeah, let me count this. It's kind of exciting. I have 1,000 cards on this one. I got 1 here. 1 open. 2. 3. That's 2 boxes. 3rd box. 5 opens. 6 opens 3rd box. Uh-oh. 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 7 opens 3rd box. What's this? What's this? Good RNG on the reopens even? 4th box. Yeah, and the 5th box is left. 8th opening. 9th opening. Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh. We're gonna have a real map. We're gonna have a map like in Leagues Gone Past. It's gonna be over 1,000. I think that's 9 openings in total, I believe. I did have a 28% quant roll, so not absolutely terrible. This is I don't know, pretty average quant, 242. This has to have well over 1,000 cards. Gotta be like probably 1,200 to 1,400 maybe. Let's check it. Big moment. 1,116. Well, a little less than I thought, but all right, good count. Okay. See, I mean that's what it used to look like right there. That's what it used to look like. Cards like this. Okay, and that's pretty good. Wait, what is that? The Eye. Oh, this card's actually pretty good. Eye of the Dragon. That's a 20 chaos card. Better than I thought. Nice one. Is there someone constantly telling Kaltrock to make these points panicked and quickly before the video? No. That's just his personality, I think.
Path of Exile 2 was an ARPG always. Like I completely disagree with the notion that like it was supposed to be this different thing and now it's converging.
I don't think
No,
I completely
no.
disagree.
You can go to the Path of Exile 2
Yeah.
website right now. It says the next evolution of ARPG game. That was
ARPGs, not Soul-like, not Souls-like.
I'm not saying it's a Souls-like. Bro, I've never even played a Souls-like. I've never played one. I'm talking about the feel of the game they originally had that they received so much pushback from the community on that they turned tail and they ran in 0.1 and 0.2. And I'm just saying that's a shame. Like, it's still going to be a fun game. I'm still going to play it. But it's going to be PoE 1.
So different from No, it's not. It is so different from PoE 1, and it'll never become PoE 1. That is weird code. That is there's no way this game becomes PoE 1. They have a completely different feel to it. If it was able to become PoE 1, then there would be a lot more crossover between the two. Like, this is a
Didn't I make a video last league where I said PoE 1 becomes, or PoE 2 becomes PoE 1 or something like that? Everybody got all mad about it. The insane lag. I mean, it was a meme video, but I did make a video about this. We got the Michael. Off meta Michael react to it. Remember that? It was off meta Michael. We need to get off meta Michael back on the podcast circuit. I haven't heard his takes in a while.
the cook take, in my opinion. Like, they're not converging to the same game. That is crazy.
Oh, I don't know.
There's no world where this engine will ever feel the same as the PoE 1 engine.
They devolve in maps. I feel like I just played 35 hours of PoE 1. When I get my build going in PoE 2, it is PoE 1. It is one click,
No,
boom,
it is not,
click,
dude. On
boom.
my build, in PoE 1, I got 45-second map clears. Like, unless you're doing a temporalis,
Well, that's
dead
because
rabbit
maps
build,
are
you're not
so
getting
much
45
smaller.
Yeah,
in
maps
PoE
are
1.
shorter and they're not always.
Okay.
Well, his maps are way smaller in PoE 1. That's why.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I just think I don't know. I just had that thought. I feel like it is. Maybe I might be totally wrong because here's my mega cope take, Cal. The teams are now split. You know, I think Jonathan, who had that original slow vision, is probably fully on PoE 2, not touching PoE 1. 0.5, back to the vision, baby. That's going to be the patch name. 0.5, back to the vision.
Dude, imagine there could be a league called The Vision. Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be such a good name. Zikens asks, hi Snoo, what do you think of people farming Damnation card with plenty Scarab instead of doing strong boxes? To me, it doesn't make any sense to do that for 20, 50 cards on a box instead of 50 cards on a boss instead of getting 1,000. Well, pilfering boxes has been nerfed really hard. I don't know if you know this. You're not getting an insane amount of cards anymore. This farm right here is actually now a weird split farm where we're farming divination cards at a pretty high level, but we're also farming scarabs at an even higher level than divination cards. This is closer to the most efficient way to farm scarabs than it is the most efficient way to farm divination cards. Believe it or not. I've never... I mean, I have technically done the plenty divination farm before, but I've never really done it in like a long form thing. Red Vials is huge on that farm. You should consult him with what he's doing. In the grand scheme of things, I should be doing this on the Scryed with the Damnation card over what I have here, but actually, for the sake of science, it's probably better for me to scry a card that actually drops. You know, is essentially guaranteed to drop in 100 maps, which is 7 years bad luck. From what I understand, the plenty farm is a pretty legit way of doing things. It's very fast. It's not really the kind of farm I'm that interested in. Seems a little bit boring. But I respect it. I don't think maps are smaller in PoE 1. I think some maps aren't. Like a map like Stagnation is stupid big, but a lot of maps are a lot smaller though. Like a lot of maps just have like no dead ends. PoE 2 maps just are notorious for dead ends. There's just way more dead ends in that one. Or like fork off, you know, randomly forking off into a different area. There's a ton of that in PoE 2 maps. Not much of that in these. Trying to think of a map. Okay, a map like... Here's an example of a map that is kind of like a PoE 2 map. Carcass, okay? You know the map Carcass in PoE 1? Okay, that's like every PoE 2 map, basically. Longer than average, actually has real dead ends, can be super annoying if you find yourself going down the wrong path, but it can be a good experience if you get lucky with your pathing, right? Like that's a good example of your typical PoE 2 map. But nobody likes Carcass in PoE 1. Now, so there are some maps in PoE 2 that don't have dead ends, like what's the map with the sewer things where you pull the lever down? That one. Sun Temple. People don't like it, but at least it doesn't have dead ends, or you know exactly the layout. Actually, it does have dead ends because you don't know where the door is. So, scratch that. Technically, it does have dead ends. They removed Toxic Sewer and it was your favorite map. I'm sorry.
We'll see. We'll see.
I
don't know. Wait.
Vision impaired.
Leave a comment below on your opinion, guys. This is gonna be
the glasses
highest
update.
comment.
Everyone,
This is gonna be an insane episode.
everyone's getting LASIK eye surgery.
There's no way I can read these comments.
Oh my god. I'm gonna read those comments.
Listen, no matter what you can say, I'm honest with myself. Okay?
Ditto.
I don't care what heat comes. I don't care what heat comes. I believe what I believe.
One thing I did want to mention that I remember earlier, before we leave this topic and potentially move on to something else, when you were talking about the weapons in the tree, right? Taking some, or like the gear in the tree, taking some power off the gear to the tree. Like, I don't know what the right answer to that is, but in my head, right, the vision for that is that overall, Jonathan has always gone on about like how they don't want the difference between somebody who has knowledge and somebody who doesn't have knowledge. They're like their experience being that much different, right? The thing is, anybody can find a really good weapon. And it's pretty easy to tell what a good weapon is. You see number, weapon damage number go up, it's a good weapon, right? And you see armor number go up, it's a good armor. So it's like, you can pretty easily tell when you have a good weapon versus when you don't have one. But it's, if you don't have knowledge about like how to build your passive tree, then...
How am I rolling my maps? Maps are just rolled with quant, so they're all 8 mod corrupted. They're just 8 mod corrupted. Full Mirage maps. The higher the quant number, the better. Basically, my criteria was 100% increased quantity of item drop before putting it in. I got really unlucky here because I got huge quant Eldritch altars too. 84%, but I got 0 diviner boxes on this map. So unlucky. Yeah, and you basically roll quant on the boxes themselves too, so essentially quantity is the only modifier that really matters all that much on this strat. Yep.
And it gets really difficult because like in Path of Exile 1, if you don't know how to build your passive tree, it gets really hard to actually do the campaign compared to somebody who has like you said, right? You went with a build guide and then it was just a complete breeze. So it just ends up being, it's such a hard balance to draw. Like you said, right? You need to balance the weapon power and also the passive tree power for that reason. But I do think that the reason why they went with this design of like the weapons and the equipment being so powerful is that anybody can kind of be that powerful with or without knowledge. And that's why, in my opinion, why they did that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Rabbit, I don't think you've said a word on this topic. What's up, man?
It's 4 a.m.
Okay.
I'm too tired for this. You know what's more important than money? Knowledge. I'm here in my garage with my Lambo. Oh wait. Oh. Yeah. That's a deep cut. That's a Ty Lopez meme for
that's a deep
wondering.
Cut. That's a super deep cut.
I don't know.
You have any thoughts, Sad?
I have to say I am not too invested on this topic because I think it is just like the nature of what is going to happen. I'm always I think there is going to be like a little bit of a merging process happening, and I think we've talked about this before, and to call the two games like dissimilar is ridiculous. I think it is very clear that the games are very similar in nature. They both have very similar names as well. So I think both games can learn from each other. I think there's good stuff in both. I think they are going to be always aiming for another audience, though. I think PoE 1 has a very specific audience, a very good audience, and PoE 2, and the whole reason why PoE 2 is existing is because PoE 2 is supposed to target another audience. PoE 1, I think, will always be very niche, which doesn't mean that the game is bad in any sense of or ever. It's an amazing game, probably has the best league ever right now, or in a long time at least. I think PoE 2 is just, it's gonna be massive, and you have to have certain guardrails for a game to be of this magnitude and this size, and there's gotta be, simplicity is a part of it. It's kind of going back to the discussion a little bit, like did PoE 2 change too much or too fast already? And I think both are kind of true at the same time. Cal is asking, or me and Cal were always on the podcast asking for more patches, more patches. It is being treated like a full release game, so I don't really care how fast the patches are coming at this point. I just want them to be good and always be in the right direction. I don't want there to be step backs. It just needs to be forward all the time. And yeah, I'm kind of rambling right now. It's like it's 10 a.m. What do
That
you guys
conversation went
think
everywhere,
in the
so
comments?
it makes sense.
Yeah. What do you guys think in the comments? Are you tired too? Post in the comments right now. What time is it for you right now? Right now, when posting the comment, do it right
Farming
now.
engagement.
On your channel
This
too.
one didn't need.
Damn.
This one didn't need engagement farmed. I'm sure it's gonna be
Rolling
fun. We can skip build of the week. Rabbit's tired. 2 weeks of no build of the week.
2
but we'll get it
weeks.
next week.
Oh,
I mean, we can do it if Rabbit
At
wants
this
to.
point, it doesn't matter.
Maybe just go in. and build the
I
week,
just
so.
don't remember what I put up.
I'm disappointed, guys. My Twister Invoker Spark, cast on Chris Spark Twister Invoker did not get build of the week. Wasn't good enough. It's rough, man. Rough.
Because I put up the build last week. I might not be able to tell you a lot about the build.
Well, let's start with mine then. Let's go into my build.
Yeah.
Of the week. Well, first of all, sorry. Any final thoughts before we move on from this?
Can we repost mine real quick?
It's on the, it's in the notes.
Final thoughts while they get the build. I think I am in the minority here, especially online. I think that a lot of people really are enjoying the direction Path of Exile 2 is going, and I think Dead Rabbit is pretty right. I think it's going to be massive and kind of outgrow Path of Exile 1 once it's in full release. Even if they continue to move in, the current direction that they are. And I'll be playing it. I just hope they do try some experimental stuff. I like that word you used earlier, Keltarak. Experimental ARPG, experimental game. Yeah, do some wild stuff, GGG. I want to see some crazy stuff out of left field. So
It sucks that I think they said that they're not going to do anything new until everything from PoE 1 is ported over. Correct me if I'm wrong,
no new
Misa, but I'm
leagues.
pretty sure they said something like league mechanic wise. We're not going to get anything crazy until they've checked off the whole list, which makes me kind of sad.
I mean, I think they're doing new enough stuff with the existing league mechanics.
True, they
to
are
make them
rebranding
feel
things, yeah.
like their new league mechanics. So
Temple's completely different, so that's fair.
pulling
That's
an
fair.
abyss mob out of the smoke to get cooler loot is a mechanic I'd like to see more of, and I'm not being facetious. I like cool stuff like that. Maybe not that exact thing, but like little tricks like that. I think that's pretty funny and interesting. That's new.
We'll be talking about the races next week, Lee. We're going to have Crimson Cast on. He's a legend, an awesome guy. We'll be diving
He's in the
into
chat right now.
Races next week, though. Oh, cool. Yeah, shout out to Crimson. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I think. I think you're less in the minority than you realize. Try. I think we're the. Vocal minority. The loud, annoying people like me are the.
You're not
sometimes
annoying.
the minority.
You're too hard on yourself. You remind me of my brother, Cal. My brother, that's not my brother. He gets very passionate. I call it passionate, not annoying.
I think it's always also just very, very important to always be self-reflective as content creators, as people who are streamers, and as especially people who yap professionally on a podcast every week about something. And that's why I think, for example, for me, streams are always a very good way of actually talking to people about the game, because I have a very specific point of view on the game, and you have a specific point of view on the game. And for me, it is always important to be self-reflective, because I fully realize that a lot of my takes are probably very bad when it comes to other perspectives, because I don't have that perspective. But I want to engage in the discussion about your perspective and my perspective, and because I think both of us share one thing very obviously, that we like Path of Exile 2. I like the game a lot. I love the game. I'm very passionate about the game, so I really like having the discourse. So I think instead of just evolving into you're wrong, you're bad, you're hooked, I don't know what is, just talk to me. What happens so much these days is you're at least trying to engage in some sort of conversation, and what you get is just oh my god, I didn't realize that I was triggering personal insults here.
Yep.
Just like as a general thing. Once again, tell me in the comments how you feel about that.
This
Insult
guy.
me in the comments.
This
If
guy.
you-
He's in full content bait mode. 4 a.m.
We all
Let's
just want
dive
the
into
game to be
build of the
better.
week.
We all just want the game to be
Yes,
good.
yes, yes.
All right, Cal.
We all want the game to be good, the way we want it to be good. Oh, oh. Yeah, all right. That'll do it for that. Well, it was kind of interesting discussion. I wanted to hear what they all said about the game changing too much since the beginning of the... Yeah, somebody said earlier, the Zed said people forgot that PoE 2 was supposed to be PoE 4.0. That was the original vision, but they did do a hard pivot from that and say they wanted to make... they didn't want to just make new acts. They wanted to... Because that originally was just going to be nothing more than like new acts to the game. Then they wanted to create like a new game engine. Then they wanted to like focus more on like boss mechanics and stuff, and you know, reset the whole like the way currency works and everything. And they realized it was going to have to be like a totally brand new game with some of the same systems working similarly, or similar systems. But there's just too many novel things we're going to have to put into it. And I think when most of us, like myself, talk about, you know, they're abandoning the original vision of the game, that's actually the vision we're talking about. Oh. 7 years bad luck. Hey, got another drop there. Got another drop there. Wait a minute. If I have 7 years bad luck, then I should have almost 2 apothecaries. Or 1 damnation? What? No. Maybe not. Alright. 7 years bad luck. It's big. I'm rolling 6.5 maps. There's really no regex, moves from 75 or 55 pack size. If you're doing this strat, you shouldn't be running originator maps. You should be running 8 mod corrupted regular maps, but maybe you're doing a different strat. Change fundamentals just kind of worked out that way over time. You think they're gonna merge the 2 games together? Oh man. Don't let that one out of the bag yet. We need, you should just sit on that one for, you know, several years. Maybe revisit that in a less hostile time and era. I hadn't really heard that idea. Merging the 2 games. You know, I could see them doing that, actually, way down the road. Could be what actually happens when, instead of just like giving up support on the original game, they'll have this standard realm and they'll stop making new leagues for like a year, and then they're just gonna merge the game. And there'll be like PoE 1 standard league, but it'll have like new graphics and stuff. It'll be on the new game engine. Just completely merged over. Be the only way to play the old campaign. The old Atlas. Ronnie? Are you too late? No, dude. Never too late. It's too late to pay 100 divines for a headhunter. If you wanted to pay 100 divines for a headhunter, you're too late. Sorry. You'll have to pay less. Damn, that's a lot of operative boxes here. Can I get a quant altar, please? No. Why no damnation card? You can't really make a realistic sample set on a card that is that rare. If I drop it, I'll drop 2 or maybe even 4, and it's like considerably more rare than Apothecary even. So you know, it's not like, for the sake of science, which is what this is about, really. It's not going to give a decent showing to how good the strat is. It's just too rare. But it is a good idea to use that card, like if you're actually just going for profit on your own. I'm focused more on the science and the results. I'm trying to understand like the regulated results. I'll actually have the fact that I'm able to track 7 years bad luck the way I can get a better sense of how much value I would have got if I'd gone for the damnation card anyway. A little bit. Damn. No pilfering. Well, could get 7 years bad luck again, I guess. The daily reward just flipped over. It's pretty funny. Wait, what? Wait, I did have a diviner box. I had like 100 cards. Huh? One map after the other. 2 more 7 years. Alright, regular drop off a monster then. Dude. Dude. Crazy, dude. I have to deposit my loot.
The battle has been won.
Wait, the interrogation is worth 50C now? You have path building for the strat? Path of building? You don't have to be running the exact same build I am, but... Exclamation point POB. Yeah. I'm on the final variant. You can check the profile, exclamation profile, if you want to see the exact gear setup that I currently have. Oh, Atlas, exclamation point Atlas. Final link. That's a command. You can see it in the stream title, what the command is. No, divination dupes doesn't work. Need quantity. There you go. Day 17 pilfering boxes link. Come on, game. Are you too good for a diviner box? Can you give me one? Terrible.
What is your desire?
Eight cards. Wow. I'm surprised in the past 3 days, not a single person said anything about the TFT drama lately. I expected I would get bombarded with comments or questions about that. You don't want more Scarab's Wish? That wish thing doesn't apply to contents from inside boxes, so divination is better. I think that would still apply to monsters that I kill on the ground and get duped. Not that Scarabs is a bad choice, but I think for pure ground loot, probably divination's smarter here. Scarab's nice. Well, at least I got one diviner box. That was weird. I'm scared of those really short names all in a row there. Ooh, I don't know if I can get this done in 3 days, guys. Tomorrow I gotta work. I want to stream beforehand. May not even have time. I'm needing 40 cards. Nothing. Okay. What? What that thing again?
The Marilyn is ready to go.
How did I not have enough alk orbs? No, not like this. So I think I'm probably gonna need more exalted orbs. No more scours. Probably not gonna need any more chaos orbs. I came pretty close to everything I'll need. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Everyone you have slain had a life and a family.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ultimatum Scarab. Normally I can't drop the catalyzing scarab, I got it blocked. You get one. One catalyzing. Just one. I tried last Epoch New League. I started it last night. Game is great. Didn't have a chance to play it before. No, I played it for 2 leagues, like its official launch and the league after that. But I'd not played it since then. So a rolling box is worth the hassle. Hey, that depends very much on your level of tolerance for rolling boxes. I like it enough. It's gotten easier and easier to do over the leagues. Don't even have to worry about freaking engineering orbs anymore. And exalted orbs are really cheap, so quite advantageous to roll them. Big difference between getting a quant roll on a box and not. Is it a big increase? That depends on how fast you are rolling. It's probably not really a big increase. Hopefully it's at least a marginal increase. I've defiled ride to Mausoleum. I like Reckon Dunes or Jungle Valley. I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you're farming. 226 cards. Ugh. Like, that's up to you. I don't know what map you want to farm.
Choose what you wish.
Pilfer containment? Well, it's, I mean, in that case, it's going to be Jungle Valley or Mausoleum. You don't want to spawn Eldritch altars without the boss deactivated. Probably just overwrite Mausoleum. I mean, I could do Jungle Valley on this one, but it's still slower map because you, unless you're not gonna like full clear first and then get the, you know, the Eldritch altars open and then do the boxes. If you're gonna skip on some of that. A pretty nice quant roll here, but I got barely any good boxes at all. Dictator. I get rarity, it usually throws the box for you. Wait, what? You're like trying to stay away from it. Oh my god, dude, what? What in the hell? Yo, that's the screenshot there. There's no way that's not the screenshot. 7x Horned Scarab of Bloodlines. 7 Scarabs of Bloodline. Okay. Yo. Damn. 7. Again, to all the haters of the Scarab same type. Oh, Scarab same type, so bad. No. Because that can happen. 15 div operative. Oh gosh, dang. That's the craziest thing ever. I never expect to see 7 out of 1, but 7. Oh my god. I thought maybe I get like 2 or 3, possibly, but 7. Oh, I dropped 8 Nemesis Scarab. What in the world? Yeah, you should clip that. That's crazy. 7. I might make a short off of that thing. What in the hell? 7 Bloodline Scarabs off of 1 box opening. Oh god, look, there it is. 7. That's so insane. Yeah, hold on, I gotta timestamp that highlight. That's definitely going on the YouTube video. What's going on with containment prices? I don't know. What is going on? Is it going up? Got like 3/4 sustained with this strat. I mean, that's about what it's been for a while. So it went from like 1.2 to 1.4. I mean, okay, like. Oh, from 300 to 450. Okay, I guess 1.2 to 1.6 or 1.7. Still less than 2. It's we live in a world where containment is not the most expensive scarab, so that's weird enough to me. If it becomes the most expensive scarab, let me know. Yeah, but I think the big reason why containment's not so expensive is because you sustain your own. Double diviner, nice. Double barrel. Double barrel diviners. Plus 1 chest level. No. How about, no? I still can't believe it. 7 bloodlines. Has anybody ever seen 7 bloodlines off of 1 box? Makes me wonder how I don't drop a single preservation scarab off that thing. Plus 1 level. Why are you doing this to me? Yeah, Damnation Scry's worth it, yeah. In the long run, for sure. I probably won't get one to drop even in 100 maps, though, so I don't want to do it. Not for, like, the sake of science testing here. I was coping just fine using tamper-proof. Now I'm not sure after seeing that. Yes. Love to hear that. Haha. Get him. Yeah, I can make a separate YouTube video talking about tamper-proof is cope. Just title it tamper-proof is cope. No, I'll title the short that. Always roll. I did come out with a short that like always open your divination card. I should title it always roll your boxes. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll even save that. Always roll your boxes. Time's this thing open? What? Can't tell because it's stream. Makes me want to do your strat now. Yeah, this is a really good divination farm, guys. This is a great divination card farm. Holy, what? 7 bloodlines go. You're farming what again? You're target farming what again? Single-handedly saving the Fubgooner market with my Bloodline Scarab farm. 430. Oh. Damnation question? Oh, I said Damnation is probably, or it's almost certainly the best card to scry over right now. But I'm not gonna do it for the rest of this farm. I'm gonna leave what I have on here.
Choose what you wish.
Okay. Reflecting Mist for being the breaker of chains. It's hard to tell exactly what it is, but it's presumed like 2 to 3x more rare than the apothecary. You gotta drop 2 or 3 apothecaries before you deserve 1 damnation card. I mean, you could very, very easily go... I mean, you're actually more than likely to go 100 maps of this without finding a damnation than you are, you know, to get one. Obviously, if you get one, you're either going to get 2 or 4. So that's pretty awesome, but still. Like this farm isn't. This is more of a like a wild RNG divination farm, with diviner boxes being at the centerfold of that. Granted, you know, we're scrying and we get our scryed cards too, but like it's not like you're running divination of plenty with the elevated card drops, that kind of thing. Containment. Am I looking for a specific amount of quant? Yeah, the map is full Mirage, 8 mod corrupted with... I mean, you can settle for any 8 mod corruption, but I'm not running anything lower than 100% quant. So that's like above average 8 mod corrupted maps. But you can like resell. Like other people will run 8 mod corrupted maps and pay a premium for it. If you just buy a huge quad tab full of... Oh my god, 12 passive minions right here. What? What is this worth? 1 divine. Alright, cool. 1 divine cluster. Yeah, anyway, if you just Valorb a bunch of scoured Mirage maps, well, at least make sure they're rare or modded. Anyway, you can't even lose currency doing that. Because you can sell back the bricks for almost the same price as the clean ones. Kind of weird. I don't think I had a diviner box here. Oh well. Can I... Yeah, it's 8 modded. Why the frick can I drop this on the ground? There's nothing here. What in the world? Stupid game. Let me drop it on the ground. Okay. We're gonna have to stretch this over 4 days, unfortunately. We took a little bit of extra time today messing with the reactions, but yeah, this just takes a long time to do these maps. We get a lot of currency per map, though. So I've just done 60 maps. Trying to figure out where we're at. Top line is now Bloodline Scarab. 22 Bloodline Scarabs in 60 maps. 39 containments in 60 maps. So 2/3 sustain on containment. 14 7 years next on the list. 376 divine orbs of value. 18 raw divines, actually. That's higher than I expected. Huh. Okay. Got 60. Six, 170. Oh, right. So, oops. Okay. 6 times 166, 99, 276. Making 27 divines an hour right now. Almost exactly what I was making yesterday. Cards weren't as good. Scarabs were, I guess, in a way they were good, better. I feel like I might have dropped fewer containments. I know, but maps 20 to 30, I dropped very poor amount of stuff. Yeah, anyway, again, I still gotta verify this, but if it's taking me about 10 minutes to do one map in total, I'm making about 27 divines an hour right now with this farm. This farm cost me 166 divines to set up. My dump tabs already have 376 divines, so I'm already plus 210 divines in the green after 60 maps. It's a huge amount of currency per map earned. Like, let me actually figure out how much currency per map I'm making. 276 minus. I'm making almost 3 divines per map. Net profit. Almost 3 divines per map. Yeah, this is a 3 divine per map net profit farm. That's a crazy amount of currency per map. But they are very long maps. So, I mean, it's a lot different than most farms, really. Pretty cool. Pretty awesome change of pace. You know, if you've just been doing it like me, just been like, the way you make good currency per hour is just move faster and just boss rush even faster and just don't spend more than 60 seconds running a map, you know, and that's how you're making your currency. This can be a nice change of pace. 3 divines per map. And some of that value is from 7 years bad luck. For sure, but actually, here, let me get a sense of, hold on. Okay, so I have 14 7 years bad luck is 2 apothecaries. Let's say, for example, I should see 1 damnation card every, I should probably see 1 damnation card at least once every 100 maps. Which means I'd have to run like 400 maps to get a quad to drop, but Let me just see what that is. What that would be. Like what that would do to the strat. I mean, you should probably be running like pure, like a plenty scarab farm if you're going for currency per hour on this card. Like right now, anyway. Thousand. So I subtract all div card value and add 1,000 or 600. Wait, what? Oh my god, hold on. 600 minus 48. I guess some very sketchy soft math puts me at around 83 divines an hour if I was using the damnation card. But that's like assuming that I have the proper number of 7 years bad luck. Also assumes damnation's only twice as rare as 7 years. Or no, actually, no, it's better than that. Sorry, it assumes it's 3 times as rare as the apothecary. 3 times as rare. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Somebody mentioned this all flame. Where monsters don't drop anything? Yeah, this. What if you combine that? Are people running both of these at the same time? Shouldn't you run this with plenty? Maybe? You run this plus you just do it with breach. I kind of wonder, or just even just this. Wait, pilfering is 120 to chaos now? What? What kind of ridiculous crap is this? Okay, well, the pilfering scarab was only worth 10% of this last I checked. Okay. I don't know, maybe this setup would be strong? I assume this would be strong. Could probably run this on both, yeah. I think 8 mod corrupted Mirage would be good. Let's do a card. One of these cards is to be pretty common. So let me see how many need the innocent drop here. Did you roll ornate boxes? No. No. don't know why these monsters are so freaking hard. This ground effect, whatever it is it chaos damage? Is that what it is? I don't know, it just nukes me constantly. This is one of the reasons why I never run this strat. These things just nuke you constantly. Oh, it should be running Beyond too, actually. Something I don't have on here is Beyond. Is Red Vials running this All Flame too, with plenty scarabs? I don't know if it really like positively affects their drop table or not. Cards. Wait, what are these? Oh, okay. So I dropped 0 scryed cards. Okay? 0. In that map. What? A fractured nightmare map? Drowning orbs. Okay.
Choose what you wish.
Oh look, I'm gonna earn currency on this map anyway. I just cannot get any quant altar to save my life. I don't even see the monsters that these spawn. I don't even see them. I don't know if they're there or they just die that fast or what. Oh, I guess, okay. I guess that's them? Dude, I have 3 portals. Oh, now I've done it. Oh my god. Gamed. Where?
Sun's backbone.
Oh. You find that it's worth in the 60 maps you run to open boxes other than operative? I don't even really... Oh, yeah, I still think it's worth opening. I don't, like, mess around with reopens and stuff, but I opened those during the time when I'm searching for the Eldritch altars, so it doesn't really... It's not really adding time. Alright. I dropped one costly curio. That's it. I don't know, that doesn't... At least that doesn't seem, like, really good or anything. Between both realms, I dropped one costly curio, which is a fairly common div card. That's pretty bad. Always be profit crafting. Okay, hold on.
I'll put the word out.
You got any interest for in-game pure raw currency farm? Be it breach? Yeah, the only thing I'm interested in right now is like I tested a lot of stuff off stream. Wildwood fishing related stuff, something I want to do, and I didn't find a single good version of that except breach, rare monster, like Nemesis, double Nemesis Scarab, Nemesis rolled 8 mod corrupted maps, and Wildwood fishing that.
Business. Really?
Not the greatest. Alright guys, we're going to call it there for the day. We'll be back on tomorrow. It'll actually be a shorter stream tomorrow. I have to work, but I can get another like 20 maps out of the way maybe. 15, 20 maps. And then we can like, the day after that, we'll definitely finish this out. So I'm interested in doing a breach Wildwood fishing strat as probably the final strat that I do of the league. Although actually the very final strat I do of the league, I want to hurry in advance make. I might wait on that, but actually I'll probably wait on it. Never mind. Yeah, it's probably just the 2 strats, and then after those 2, I'm gonna start getting ready for PoE 2. I think will leave me over 2 weeks to get ready for PoE 2. But for now, PoE 1's still on the agenda. Let's find somebody to raid. Red Vials has 780 viewers right now. What is he doing? $250 div per hour strat. Why is his stream title so ridiculous? Okay. Did he actually even find one? He must have found one. Oh, he's found 2 today. That guy's crazy. All right. I guess we'll rate him. You guys will be interested in more divination card farming. So Red Vials is doing his plenty farm. I don't know the exact scarabs he's using. I'm guessing he's doing quadruple plenty and 1 pilfering, but anyway. You can find out, ask him. If you're on Twitch, we'll see him. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're on YouTube, we'll see you tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed some more box rolling. 7 Bloodline Scarabs out of 1 box was the highlight of the day for sure. And yeah, you'll see that on the YouTube video at some point, definitely. Until next time.